Out here. I guess we're going to have a good time tonight. Let's open up by saluting the flag, something we all can agree to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I hereby call to order the regular public meeting of the Teaneck Board of Education held on Wednesday, March 11, 2015, in the third floor, Cheryl Miller Porter Student Center at Teaneck High School. Adequate notice for this meeting has been sent to the record, Suburbanite, and filed with the municipal clerk of the Township of Teaneck, and posted inside the Teaneck Board of Education, 1 Marison Street, on Friday, March 6, 2015. Roll call, please.
Dr. Duguid?
Here.
Dr. Gruber? Mrs. Rappaport?
Here.
Mrs. Rice? Here. Mr. Rodriguez?
Here.
Mr. Rose?
Here.
Dr. Walzer?
Here.
Mrs. Williams?
Here.
Ms. Worrell?
Here.
I suggest a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First, I would like to reaffirm the Teaneck goals for 2014 and 2015. Goal number 1. Students attending the Teaneck Public Schools will acquire the skills and knowledge and understanding to be successful in the 21st century. Goal number 2. Teachers and administrators in the Teaneck Public Schools will acquire the skills, knowledge, and understanding necessary to support student achievement. Goal number 3. The environment in the Teaneck Public Schools will be safe and respectful, with students and adults appreciative of unique contributions of members of the community. Goal number 4. The Teaneck Public Schools will communicate effectively with parents and with the community. And then finally, goal number 5. The Teaneck Public Schools will provide funding for goals 1 through 4 and sustain school facilities while respecting community resources. We'll now turn the meeting over to our Superintendent, Barbara Pinsack.
So, as always, at our public meetings, we feature first our students. These are 2 of our student ambassadors from Teaneck High School, and they have a report about all the wonderful things going on at Teaneck High School, and perhaps some comments. And ladies, it's always a pleasure to begin with you, because this is what we're all about. And even when I'm visiting the kindergarten schools, I think about that someday some of those kindergartners will be sitting where you're sitting today, and we'll be wishing them well in their future. So would you please give your names and then start your report. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maya Khanan. Firstly, the park examination began on March 2nd. Testing has been organized, and the attendance rate has been over 90% every day so far. We hope that the results reflect our school's intelligence and all the potential these students taking the exam have to offer.
Good afternoon. I'm Jasmine Senior. Spring parent-teacher conferences were held February 24th in 2 sessions. An afternoon session from 1:35 to 4:35 and an evening session from 7 to 9:30. 1,495 individual conferences were held between teachers and their students' parents.
Student Council has come up with a pledge that students will be welcome to take. What is this, you may ask? No cell phone for the day, March 20th. Are you up to the challenge?
Teaneck's very own TCT, Teaneck Comes Together, a nonprofit community organization designed to provide fun, safe, motivational, and educational events for Teaneck's teens and their parents, presented Our Lives Matter, bridging a gap between Teaneck police and their students. It was held at the Richard Rhoda Community Center February 25th and allowed students to meet with their local police officers and speak openly about events happening in our everyday lives. Teaneck High School student ambassadors, like ourselves, were invited to the event and believe the discussion was both insightful and informing.
Peer leadership applications have begun. We are very excited to see the new applicants. These applicants must be chosen very carefully because the responsibility they have to assist the incoming freshman class is quite immense. As a peer leader myself, and also Jasmine, I know how hard the process was, so I truly wish everyone the best of luck.
Sports this year have done a phenomenal job, and we would like to highlight a few of our athletes and their accomplishments. Junior Jason Arthur is now the New Jersey State Champ, All-American, North Jersey Swimmer of the Year. Carlos Clark, a senior here at Teaneck High School, committed to the University of Albany on a full soccer scholarship. Junior Milan Johnson was voted Girls Varsity Basketball Fan of the Week. And varsity basketball player Leandre Washington scored 1,000 points as a sophomore, which is a huge honor because most basketball players do not do this until they are seniors.
If you look around the room, you will see the Teaneck High School College Acceptance Wall. This wall signifies the hard work and excellence our peers have achieved to be accepted into some of the most prestigious institutions. Michael Amoko, our valedictorian, was the first African-American male in years to be accepted to MIT. Michael, along with other students, have pushed themselves for the past 4 years in Teaneck High School to get the education needed to become successful college students in fall 2015. We're very proud of you.
Okay. Thank you, ladies.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge a couple of our elected officials here tonight. We have Councilman Jason Castle here, if he could stand, and I see Councilman Ellie Katz in the background. Are there any other distinguished guests or elected officials here that need to be acknowledged? Okay, we'll continue on with our presentation.
Dr. Walzer and the Board of Education, public, I'm now going to ask Dr. Dennis Frohnapple to do a budget presentation, the result of discussions from the Finance Committee. Dr. Frohnapple.
All right, I guess it's showtime for the business administrator. Let me say good evening, Madam Superintendent, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, and members of the community. In all my years in doing budget presentations, I've never had such a large audience. So it's nice to have people out to actually take a look at things. So I'm going to take you through the budget and kind of tell you how we got to where we are. I called my presentation the board's eye view of the budget. And of course, this budget it's intended to provide our children with those programs and services for the T&E, or thorough and efficient education. And it continues to maintain a quality educational program by meeting the core curriculum content standards that are required or mandated by the New Jersey Department of Education. I did this little pie chart for your review of revenues just to show you how we get to the bottom line. And as you can see, that the budget is driven here mostly from local taxes, almost 91%. State aid has been flat the last couple of years. Now, you say state aid is okay to be flat, but when it is flat, you're really suffering a reduction in revenue. And it was flat. It's flat this year, was flat last year, and it's going to be flat next year. But it only represents 6.9% of the district's total budget. Federal sources, just 0.1%, a small amount of money. A budgeted fund balance is from funds that were left over from previous budgets that usually are put into the next year's budget. They do have some funds there, $1.3 million. We estimate miscellaneous revenue that the district might receive, and we have estimated that there'll be $338,705. And transfer from other funds, which would make funds available from other areas that there is surplus funds, $400,000. Now, the bottom line for next year's budget, and this is the general fund, Fund 11 and 12, is $92,461,342. Now, this is how we got there. I've put down the 13-14. $14-15 current, what the changes will be for 15-16. The general fund tax levy, now this amount of money represents the 2% cap because that's what we're capped at. We can't go over that 2%, and if we did, that would have to be a separate question to be voted on the ballot in November. So we're not doing that. The district has some available banked cap available, $1.8 million. Now, how we get there? This money, it's not money that's available, but it's money that you can raise because in previous budgets you have not gone to cap. Now, this budget has not been at cap the last few years. Now, I'm only serving as the interim. I replaced Mr. Finger, who retired a couple of months ago, but I've done this for a number of years. So the district has available, or the use of available bank cap at that 1.8 million. Now, when you put, that's about 2.25%. So if you take the 2 and the 2.25, you're at 4.25% of next year to make this budget work. Transfer from other local education agencies. This would be from students that are tuition. They come into the district and they pay the district tuition. Now, we had estimated this year 125, but next year it's a little bit less, 93,205. Miscellaneous revenue, 330. We're down with 245.5. There are other revenues in there. When I did the original, I lumped those figures together. State aid, as you can see, was flat. It's 5,266,235, and it's the same for next year. Extraordinary aid is for special education student costs that are above 40,000. You don't always get for every student. There's a pool of money at the state level, and then based on the applications that are received from the districts, they parcel it out among the districts and divide it up. $1,050,000. Other state aid, we got some additional other state aid this year, $130,000. Actually, that was non-public school transportation. You don't know, districts don't always get that, but next year it's reduced to $85,000. Our semi is the semi-Medicaid aid, and that's the $58,170, or the federal revenue that comes in. I've listed the budgeted fund balance, the transfer from other funds, to get to the $92,461,342. That's the general fund. That's the money that you need to raise from revenues. Grants, Fund 20. Fund 20 has nothing to do with the tax levy or the general fund. That fund is established to receive grants such as the NCLB, Title I, Title II, Title III funds, and IDA funds. That number can be any amount of money. It doesn't affect the bottom line budget that you need from the general fund or from tax levy. Your debt service fund is going down because the district is beginning to pay off its debt. So you will see a slight reduction in that from this year to next year and to 16-17. And we've tried to put in some of the estimated numbers that will be from 16-17. And the only thing we can count on at this point is your 2% cap. If using all of the available bank cap for next year's budget, there will not be any available for 16-17. And we don't know what these numbers will be. We're assuming state aid will be flat, because we're going to have the same governor, so it probably will be flat for 16-17, and the extraordinary aid. All of these other numbers, we don't know what they will be. So it's going to be very difficult come next year. If you think this budget is tight, where do they get to next year's budget? But anyway, the bottom line is 92,461,342, discounting the debt service and the grant funds from Fund 20. Now, these are our expenditures. Proposed 15-16, salaries, special education. This special education includes out-of-district tuition, not salaries for teachers and staff. All the salaries for certificated and non-certificated staff are in the salaries. This is just special education cost and out-of-district tuition, which goes up, as you can see, it's almost $800,000 for next year. General administration includes the superintendent, curriculum and instruction, and the supervisors. Again, these are just program expenses. They have nothing, no salaries, just program expenses. Central services, business office, human resources, you do see an increase there because this is where you pay your outsourced folks from. And the salaries are reduced because you're outsourcing. So there's a little flip there. Other support services, athletics, guidance, nurses, we see a small reduction in program expenses. Technology management will be flat, no increase. Operation maintenance of plants, you'll see a small increase there in that area of $618,000. Student transportation services, with the reductions that are being proposed, we're down almost $400,000. The biggest part of the district is our health benefits, medical, dental, prescription, and other employee benefits. 13.9% of the total district budget, and those costs are always going up. Even though we get required contributions for our staff, we don't know what those rates will be. State health benefits increases their rates on a calendar basis, which means January 1, December. So we got our increases January 1, 15, so we're good for 6 months. But come January 1, 16, those rates could go up 20%. We have no control over that. Even with the contributions, it can be very costly to the district. So we're estimating that we will have enough money to cover for any increases that come in the state health benefits area for next year. But again, it's almost 14% of your total district budget. The school budgets are down a little bit, 0.8%. These are your programs in your schools. You have heavy charter school expenses here, which is going up due to an increase in enrollment in some of the charter schools that feed from TNEC by 133,000. So that's going up to almost $5.2 million. Again, that is 5.6% of the district's total budget. This is your total Fund 11, $91,861,043. Then we had our capital reserve expenses in here, although that is down a little bit. That number's a little off there. 0.6%. We get to the $92,461,342. Keeping our Fund 20 and Fund 40 the same. That's the bottom line budget. But this is the budget that drives the revenue right here. Now, these are the reductions that were considered in putting this budget together. Breakage from retirements. Outsource 32 district lunchroom aides. Fund 30% of lunchroom aides from Food Services, Fund 61, next year. We make money on our cafeterias. That money can be used to fund salaries or upgrades in equipment to the cafeteria. We have a little money there next year, and by funding that next year, we reduce the contribution from the general fund by $114,000. So that is a savings to the district, and we're utilizing those profits from the cafeteria, I would say, pretty well. Outsource 39 additional paraprofessionals for a savings of almost $1.2 million. Reduce 3 administrative positions. Savings are there, and I'm going to take you through each one of these. Reduce secretary positions by 5. Reduce teaching positions by 10. Eliminate courtesy busing. And we're saying courtesy busing, and there's a slide on that, so you'll get a better explanation of that. And consolidate the non-public bus routes. Total savings is almost $4 million, and it's 89 outsourced positions. Now, breakage from retirements. Now, at this writing, breakage is the savings generated from the following retirements. We had 1 position for a director and a business administrator. Now, the breakage from those 2 positions are about $25,000. Most of this money comes from the 11 teacher positions that are retiring. And these are positions that people have put in their papers, they've retired, so we know we have those savings coming in. So that helps us make the budget balanced for next year. Outsource lunchroom aides. Now, currently, there are 47 positions in the district. 32 are district employees, and 15 are provided by Mission One. Now, the cost for the 32 in-house aides, and I'll refer to them as district employees in-house aides, is $292,423. These are payroll costs, FICA costs, pension costs, workers' comp, unemployment, total $357,443. The cost of outsourcing those positions becomes $259,304. There's a savings there of just a little under $100,000. Partially fund the cost of the lunchroom aides from Fund 61. Of course, there will be 47 aides, and this is what would we require. Instead of from the general fund requiring $380,852, we would only require $266,596, and then the rest would come from Fund 61. Outsource additional paraprofessional positions. Now, currently, there are 107 paraprofessional positions in the district. 62 of them currently are provided by Mission One, and 45 are district employees. This budget outsources 38 of those 45 district positions to Mission One. Now, the cost for the 38 positions are here. $1.4 million for salaries, $723,429 for benefits, for health, I should say health benefits, medical, prescription, dental, and then your payroll costs, FICA, pension, long-term disability, workers' comp, $309,000. So you have a total of almost $2.5 million. The cost of outsourcing the 38 positions becomes little under $1.3 million. So the savings there is almost $1.2 million. Eliminate 3 administrative positions. That would be the total savings, total salaries, benefits, and payroll costs. Eliminate 5 secretary positions. Those are the savings for salaries, health benefits, and payroll. Eliminate 10 teaching positions. Now, the 10 teaching positions are across the district, from the elementary schools, middle schools, and high school. The savings are calculated. We used an average salary of $59,000 and the average cost of health benefits. And these positions will include 3 from the elementary school, 3 from the high school, 2 from the middle school, and eliminating the dance and drama program at the middle school 2 positions. We will have savings somewhere in the vicinity of $750,000. State aid. Before I get to the transportation issue, I wanted to give you state aid. Now, transportation aid is given to, not every district gets it, only those districts that really have high expenses. It is discretionary. Use it for whatever you need. It's not for a specific program. It's just given as aid to assist the district with its transportation costs. Now, transportation aid has been flat, $1.887212 for this year. It's the same for next year. This year, TNEC received an additional $130,000. And they don't tell you it's non-public aid. They just tell you it's other state aid, and you book it as other state aid. We see a reduction in that next year to $85,000. Now, when they talk about eliminating courtesy busing, right now, I think the policy is 1.4 miles. The code says it should be 2 miles. In other words, if someone lives under the 2 miles, they are not required to be bused. Now, the courtesy busing that's being proposed to eliminate does not include the preschool or the kindergarten students. Those services remain intact. Now, the current cost for the courtesy busing at 1.4 miles is just a little under $400,000. By scaling this down, the savings is a little under $300,000. Consolidating the non-public bus stops, and that's just reducing the number of stops, and it's not by many. And you reduce the number of stops to reduce the number of buses needed to transport our non-public students. Now, the current cost for non-public busing is just a little more than $3 million. Now, the savings generated is about $116,457. I have already spoke about the Special Revenue Fund. Again, this is for the receipt of grants and other state aids such as Title I, IDA funds. Again, it has nothing to do with the general fund. It doesn't require a tax levy. Whatever money comes in is booked, it goes out. It has nothing to do with the actual tax levy that the district is required to raise. Your debt service this year is $1.9 million. You're going to see a little reduction because the district is beginning to pay down its debt. And of course, that will even be reduced as it further goes from year to year. So there's a savings of about $425,000 moving forward into next year. This is an estimated tax levy cap based on the tax revenue that we need at the 2% cap, plus the bank cap at another 2.25%. General fund tax levy increase about $267 on the average assessed evaluation of $455. Debt service, of course, tax levy is decreasing because you're paying down debt. So your estimated annual increase is about $240. If you break that down to the month, it's a little less than $20. So that's how we got to the number. Because you have to present a balanced budget, and you can't spend more than you take in. So that's where we are at this particular point with the budget. Mr. President, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, well, we'll see if there are any questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Please.
Okay.
Any questions from the board?
Just take me a moment to go through a lot of pages. You're seeing how many slides there were. You can't really imagine the background information that piled up to present that concise a document as these slides. It's incredible. Just want to reiterate a couple of points that I'm grappling with because I'm very concerned from several perspectives. I'm concerned as a board member because you have to balance the budget. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You have to take into consideration, and I harp on this point every year at both council meetings and Board of Education meetings. Increased taxes, we're looking at a potential of 4.25% here, anywhere from 0 to several percent at the municipal government budget. We have no final figures here nor there. And I bring up the fact each year that my TNEC taxes exceed my annual Social Security benefits. I'm very fortunate. I have other resources. I have a working spouse for however long. We certainly make it. That's not a problem. The problem lies with other members of our community where they have to grapple with meeting bills. They're not trying to decide if they have cable vision with 70 extra channels or regular cable vision. They're more concerned with, do they have sufficient food on the table? When you're on a fixed income, be it Social Security or a small pension or whatever, I know the harsh answer is, maybe you can't afford to live here. Think about that. Well, I think about that and say that I'd like to mitigate as much as possible that kind of a thought process. No, please, I'm not done. I don't speak, I'm fairly concise at times, but this is an occasion where I'm going to take up some time to express what I think. Regarding other sports and services, the pages aren't numbered. The 2015-16 expenditures, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Other support services, a reduction of, I guess that's $58,000 and 0.5%. That's athletics, guidance, and nurses. How much of that figure comes out of, and this is because not all things are on the table right now, and I think everything should be on the table, and then discuss and find out where you want to go with different items. So my question is, how much of that involves specifically extracurricular sports and extracurricular non-sports?
The reduction there is just program supplies, things of that nature. There are no reductions to any of the sports programs or extracurricular activities. That's just a reduction for miscellaneous supplies that we saw we could take.
I'll interpret that statement and be much more concise. Nothing. Should it be or shouldn't it be? I don't know. I don't have an answer. You don't have an answer. But I think as a group together it should be discussed, and then we get an answer. regarding breakage from retirements. Teachers, 11 positions. It's a mixed blessing, I think. Are 10 of those positions actually 10 of the positions that will not be renewed? In other words, what's the swing in terms of our retirements compared to our reduction? Are they overlapping?
No, all of those positions there are budgeted to be replaced. They're not the positions that's being eliminated. They're just coming in at the much lower salary because you have the folks going out at the highest salaries. That's where your breakage is from.
Okay. I am listening, but I'm having a little difficulty. If you just say that again, please.
Your breakage, no, there are replacement dollars for those positions, but they're at the lower end of the salary guide. Ones that are retiring are at the top end. That's where your breakage comes from. So those positions are not being eliminated, they're being replaced, but at the lower salary. That's where your breakage come from. It's not the 10 positions that they're eliminating.
So
in
the 10
other
positions reduces after breakage?
After breakage.
Okay, so we're saving money on the breakage. That's just a monetary, not a positional situation or statement.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. That makes it more clear to me.
That's correct.
And I hope it makes it more clear if anyone else was also confused as to what that is. One moment more. Just a very quick statement in terms of board policy. Before I was on this Board of Education, I was a resident who was very industrious in making my voice heard at Board of Education meetings at times. And one of the concerns I had way back when was that we work by committee. Working by committee is a very effective means of utilizing these people to get things done and then bring it to the forefront in front of the group. The only problem I had with that is the level of transparency that's involved in that kind of a situation. When you have people not in front of the public discussing items and then coming back with it, even though there's a report made, it's a synopsis. It's anecdotal information that comes out at any meeting. You're not going to report a 2-hour meeting of a committee in 3 minutes and be successful in stating everything. So it is a time saver. On the other hand, when important issues come up, I would like the community to know the whys, whats, and wherefores of what we're considering as we're considering to do it, as opposed to getting rationales after the fact in more detail. This is why. So I hope these things are discussed. It's going to be a long evening if they are. Thank you. I am done now.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Business Administrator, for a very clear presentation. For the last number of years, we have sat here and discussed, to community members among ourselves, that eventually we will come to a point like this, right? A point where we present a budget that, is a little bit of a tax increase, a little bit of a personnel reduction. Programs have to be reduced or cut, eliminated. Busing has to be touched. And many other areas are very popular to parents, the community, and so on. And it's a very difficult budget. It's a situation where we have spent, I don't know how many committee meetings we have had since November, trying to present the best possible budget. Why is this hard? Trying to present the most comprehensive.
Turn it off and on.
How about now? Better. Trying to present a budget that will not so much satisfy people, because I don't think any budget that's presented tonight or any given time is gonna satisfy everyone. I'm sure if we were to line up everyone here to present an idea of how, of a perfect budget, we'll be here all night, because everyone will have different opinion and different ideas and different ways to present the budget. Our number one responsibility is to make sure that we present a budget that support the education of our students. And that being said, when I'm looking at the expenditures areas, right, looking at about $92 million, almost $93 million. Can you please identify areas where the school board has control to, or the ability to reduce any of those areas without having to go through negotiations or areas that are not unfunded mandates, just to see, in terms of, which areas, can be really be reduced by the board and which areas are, basically out of touch. And, when you combine, 2% tax levy every year, which we have been trying to avoid for a number of years now, and now it's coming back to get us, right? I think it's important to show to the public the areas where there's really, where the board has an ability to reduce those expenses. The other area that I would like for you to explain also, to show, is here, when you look at the green chart, the reductions, out of almost $4 million, about 22% of those reductions are areas that do not have a direct impact on the education of the students. That means that about 80% of that $4 million has a direct impact on the education of our students, which is extremely critical to making sure that our students receive the best education possible in this district. So that is obviously an area of a major concern to myself, and I'm sure to a lot of our members here on the board. And that's basically the 2 points I would like to make and for you to clarify to the public.
Reductions to the budget have never been easy. I try to reduce it with some levity by saying there are budget reductions that can cause you an Excedrin headache, and there are budget reductions that can cause you a Percocet headache. Of course, I always try to err on the side of the Excedrins rather than the Percocet. But when you reduce the budget, it is incumbent upon the administration to recommend to the board, and upon the board to have the least impact on the instructional program. That means you have to take a look at everything else before you start reducing teaching positions or anything that would affect the instructional program. Hence, I think this budget presented does have the least impact on the instructional program as a result, because we're only eliminating 10 teaching positions. We've taken all of the other areas, we went through them, and there were many more reduction areas that were considered but were rejected because they might be an effect or have an effect on the instructional program. And it is never easy to do that. When we looked at the positions, we wanted to make sure that we eliminated the least amount of the teaching positions that we could. And I think we've achieved that goal.
Right, but if we look at it from the perspective of kind of what has the most impact, obviously it's going to be teaching, right? But as we continue to go outside the main circle, a lot of those proposed reductions do have an impact on the education of our students. May not, you understand what I'm saying? Not as direct as teaching per se, but
there won't be a direct impact on instruction.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. That out of the green chart that we presented this evening, about $4 million, about 24% roughly, which is outsourced lunchroom aides, reduce secretary positions, eliminate courtesy busing, and consolidate non-public busing, comes out to about $898,000, which is about 22% of the total cost.
Yes, and you're not eliminating services. You're still providing services, but more cost effectively, so that it doesn't have more of a direct impact on the instructional program.
Thank you, Dennis. And also thank you to the Finance Committee for the hard work of trying to put this together. I know that it's not easy. And Howard, as a member of the Finance Committee, I'm sure that you were privy to be able to ask a lot of questions. So this is a lot of the rest of us, the first opportunity. So I'm sure we have a lot of questions as to how you guys came up with your suggestions to the rest of the board. But thank you for your efforts of putting this together. One of the challenges, I guess, Dennis, you presented at the first presentation, why there was a need to look at the reductions. So, for instance, we looked at the total in revenue. We also looked at our total expenses. And I think that that was helpful in determining why these suggestions were being made, because clearly there was a gap between the two. So I wanted to just ask if we could look at what some of those numbers were as to why we had to start coming up with looking at the reductions as one piece. The other portion is, I guess, a question or statements. And when we look at our expenditures, as Sebastian was mentioning, these are fixed items, and fixed items at which continuously rise. So, for instance, salaries and benefits, of course, which is one of our biggest pieces, which accounts for 63.8% of our budget, which is contractual, which we don't have much leeway in once the contract is established for making any changes. Hence why we have to look at other little areas that we can possibly change. And another point is simply that these changes, whether they're made this year, next year, they will be coming at some point in time, unless we know that there's any windfall of revenue, or unless we feel that the taxpayer can bear a larger burden, which I'm sure that that's going to be very challenging. It will be coming in terms of, we are as a board continuously pressed with, where do you find the resources? How do you find your revenue to meet your expenditures? But if you could just go back to the original question of simply the large piece of difference between our expenditures and revenue.
All right. When we took a look at the budgets that were submitted, put together with current staffing and everything, the budgets came in at a little greater than $96 million. Well, we look at the expenditures. We have, I always call it the wish list. We looked at our salaries, which are fixed costs. Now, fixed, what does fixed mean? Well, it's fixed. Regardless of whether they're approved by the board, you have to pay the bills. So that $96 million did include a lot of fixed costs. But then when we looked at the revenues and the reduction of revenue, and we didn't have the revenue that the district was able to take advantage of this budget year, hence the $4 million had to be cut to get to that $92 million that I have up here, 461,342. So we had budgets of $96 million, and that had to, of course, be paid to. So that's how we got there. And again, when you look at these reductions, you always have to keep in mind the instructional program. Now, let's say that we come up with $94 million, and we couldn't reduce that further. Well, then we have a shortfall of $2 million. Well, then it would be incumbent upon the board to put a second question on the ballot. Now, there's a problem with that in the new configuration, because now that they've moved, and I think most of the districts in New Jersey, not all of them, have moved their elections from April to November. And of course, if you're within cap, it doesn't go to the voter for approval. But when you're over the money that you need, questioning goes on the ballot. Well, with that, if we had a shortfall, and this is a scenario of, say, a couple of $1 million, our school year starts July and September. Now, if the question is defeated in November, you're already three or 4 months into your program. That means come January, you have to start making cuts and laying off people to make the shortfall that you didn't get approved by the voters. So that becomes very problematic for districts, because you're putting a budget in place that you don't know if the additional revenue you need is going to be approved in November when you're already well into your school year. So that's where the problem comes in. Now, this doesn't require that, because we had some available bank cap that we could use. Moving forward to 16-17, there won't be any available bank cap. We don't know what budgeted fund balance will be. Of course, we have to tighten our belts. So hopefully there will be a couple of million where we can put into the budget along with the 2%, so that the district doesn't have to go for a second question in 16-17. But right now, we're at the budget. We have it balanced with these program reductions without having to do a second question.
Thank you, Dennis. The presentation was great. This is a painful budget. It's caused a lot of anxiety. And I just want to focus on two areas in here. One is the charter schools. Each year we have an increase in the charter schools. It is the taxpayers of Teaneck also fund the charter schools because they're considered a public school. Right now, Teaneck supports about 4 or 5 charter schools. The main one being the charter school in Teaneck, but we also send students to Inglewood, Garfield, and a couple of other locations. And it's a costs that the board has no control over because the state mandates, tells us that charter is going to either open up or going to expand or take additional students, and then we have to take that money out of our budget. We don't have a corresponding reduction in overhead or expenses. But and this year we have, I think, an additional 25 students going to Palisades on the...
That's correct.
That's projected, and of course,
Projected.
we have to budget for what's projected, and sometime we'll find out if that's true or not. So, yeah. But for the discussion purposes, yes.
Okay.
I can
And-
elaborate more on that if you want to, Mrs. Williams,
Okay.
when you're finished.
Okay. And I know it's 133,000. Again, nothing we can control. I had the opportunity last evening to speak with Assembly Speaker Prieto, and I asked him about charter schools and the fact that TNEC is always holding our breath every budget session to see what are we going to be hit with this go-round. And there has to be some local control in the charter schools, but understand that right now it is mandated by the state. We have absolutely no control over that. And then the other item, and then Dennis, you can elaborate a little bit more on the charter school expense, but then the other item I wanted to talk about was unfunded or underfunded mandates. Again, that is something we received $10 to initiate the park test. We have spent hundreds of thousands or even $1 million to get the equipment, to get the professional training, to to get us ready for this for the application of these exams. And again, the state gave us $10 per student to address the cost. So if we have, and so it takes it out of the category of unfunded to underfunded, but $10. So, again, where do we get that money from? We take it from other programs, other instruction, and it's, and this is a constant that we're also trying to address and juggle, and that is underfunded or unfunded mandates.
And I think the areas that Mrs. Williams touched upon are very problematic for TNEC. I want to address the charter schools first. When we get our state aid numbers, and state aid numbers come in usually within 48 hours of the governor's address. They are released to the district. We have to go online and get our numbers. We also have to go in and pull the estimated charter school enrollment. And when I looked at that, there was an increase of $133,456, and that was in about 28 students altogether, but 25 for the one charter school, and I think actually one charter school child is going to be going to Newark, and then the others to the local school. Now, if I were to flatline that in the budget, and let's say just budget the $5,058,000 that we have now, when it gets to the county office, they're going to look at that, and they're going to call me up and say, we're not going to approve the budget, you have to put that number in there. So, as again, we have no choice. And that number could have been $400,000 or $500,000. The district is stuck with the bill, and that's the end of that. That's how it works with charter schools in local districts. The other area of unfunded, I call them unfunded mandates. They require you or mandate you to do something, as with the park. I think the district got about $80,000, but have spent 10 times that amount for it. And it's those unfunded mandates that are problematic for every district. Not only that, but the charter school. And those are problematic for this particular district because of the large population that goes to your charter school, and as a result of those unfunded mandates.
So any other questions from the board? Oh, Howard.
Thank you. When it comes to the formulation of this kind of a budget, there are a lot of concerns we're looking at. So when I see reduced budgeting of busing in 2 different areas, when I see people who we're letting go so we can hire less expensive workers, when I think about the impact of what this is on families, especially working families where there's one working member, and that's their salary, and we're saying, I'm sorry, goodbye. I understand that a lot of you are here, I guess, either because you have agita or service regarding certain parts of this budget. Well, what causes you that kind of a concern causes not just myself on the Finance Committee or my good friend Sebastian on the Finance Committee, and I thank him for his thoughts, because when he talks, I really listen and I learn something, so I appreciate that, even if we don't always agree. Excuse me just one second. I don't have much notes here, but I can't keep them in my head anyway. I sort of thought that I picked up on a question that was being posed as to what are the portions of our budget that aren't mandated. I'm not looking for zero-based budgeting necessarily, but I'm wondering, why isn't there a list of each and every service line item that's not mandated, so that the menu that we select from is a lot more diversified, a lot more detailed, and I'm so sorry saying this so late in the game, so that everything that's on the table is truly everything that should be on the table.
Every little area that's in the budget is an integral part of the whole picture and has to be considered. There are some maybe lesser than others, some you can eliminate, some you can't. But we didn't construct the budget that way, we constructed it by program.
I understand. Again, I'm not looking for an exact figure, and I think I'm not trying to put anyone in a spot. At any rate, what would you estimate, guesstimate, think that the percentage of this budget is not mandated costs, not mandated services? And then a next step can be thought about or discussed. What amount, either dollar-wise or percentage-wise, just isn't mandated stuff?
Actually, I'm never at a loss for words by questions, but I can't answer that question.
Is there anyone who has a little bit of recollection or knowledge on that?
Historically, and I say that because I've been on the board for the longest of all the people up here, historically somewhere between 10 and 15% of the budget is, quote, discretionary funds. In other words, not special ed, not salaries, not busing, not charter school. Somewhere between 10 and 15, and not benefits, somewhere between 10 and 15% of the budget typically is what we have to pay, we have to play with. Out of that comes heating bills, repairs to the structures, the $400,000 transfer that you saw in here is actually to finish the roofs on a couple of our buildings that are well overdue. So your point is well taken. There's not a lot of places where we can pull money from, but we have to figure out how to do this. And I think that as painful as this budget is, and it's painful in a lot of areas, I think that this is the best initial stab that we have at this now. The one thing I want to emphasize to the public is that this is a preliminary budget. This has to be, by law, we have to submit this to the county superintendent next week, and this is our last public meeting before that submission has to happen. So we have to pass something tonight. That does not mean that that's the end of the budget discussion. In fact, there are going to be extensive budget discussions over the next several weeks, going in depth into all the various areas of the budget, and there will inevitably be changes made for a whole host of reasons. So the final budget, I believe, is due in first week in May, Dennis?
Yes, we have our public hearing on May 6th, which is the day before the last day you can have it, May 7th, and that would be then the adoption of the final budget for next school year.
All right, so between now and May 6th, there will be multiple other meetings on multiple topics that are within this budget, and I would strongly encourage people to come out to those, to particular ones that you're interested in, because that's where things are going to get hammered out over the course of the next several weeks.
Thank you, David, for making that statement, because I think it's important, and this is a wonderful opportunity for the community to come out and understand how a budget is formulated and how you have only 10 to 15, and I believe Barbara mentioned is actually 12% of the budget that you actually can make changes to, hence why those cuts become so much more severe. And also, it becomes the fact that nothing becomes a sacred cow. So therefore, you're happy when, we probably may have a whole other group the next time that, wants not their item to be touched. But when you have such a small percentage of items to touch, where do you cut? And that becomes a challenge. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity that our community is out here tonight, and you can understand what we grapple with when you have, just as your home budget, more expenses and expenditures than you have resources.
Thank you. And thank you, David, for providing really insightful information. I've communicated in some emails with a couple of parents indicating that these meetings are important. And what each meeting does is it sets the tone and tenor for the next one as we get closer toward deadlines when budgets are finalized and go into effect eventually as a result of that. I want this meeting to set the tone for future meetings. And that's why when I look at the information presented so far, if 10 to 15% is normally non-mandated expenses, that's $10 million approximately. If physical plant is, and I don't know if it's $4 million or $7 million. If utilities are, and I don't know if it's $500,000 or $3 million. But whatever it is, I'd like to know what our non-mandated expenses are, minus our, and I'll call them absolutely necessary non-mandated expenses, such as physical plant and utilities, and find out what's left over. If what's left over is still non-mandated expenses of $2 million or $5 million or whatever it might be, what are the non-mandated expenses that we're looking at right now that we're reducing? What portion of that is not being included for consideration? What part is being considered for consideration? And we go forward with that. I think that's how we make sure that we get our best punch for the buck. Thank you.
Dennis, I'd like to say that we have presented that to the Finance Committee at numerous meetings in detail, and I don't know what else to say to that, because that has been given over and over and over again, where we look at the cost of heating, and we look at the cost of facilities, and we look at the cost of so on and so forth. So I like to take suggestions, so if that's something that we haven't provided the Finance Committee, and often enough, we'll take a note and we'll make sure that that is underlined and emphasized for every meeting.
I'd have one last comment, and this goes to your last comments, Mr. Rose, about unmandated expenses, and chime in on Dr. Duguid's reference to the roofs and facilities. They are unmandated funding expenses, but once an issue becomes a health and safety, then it becomes mandated. So again, there's a very thin line between mandated, unmandated, unfunded, because, as I say, everything plays an integral part in it, and I really didn't have the history in the district to answer your question, being only here a month.
I'm not being contentious to be contentious. I'm just trying to make sure that some of the concerns that I have are being discussed. I might be 100% wrong. I certainly am at a point where if I've given information, I will listen, I hopefully will understand, and it may change my mind. But I like this stuff because it is so visceral to most people in most directions. And again, I'm not thinking specifically of busing right now. I'm thinking of that among other things. And to me, among the more important things that I'm concerned about is displaced workers, loss of... I like a well-rounded student, and I don't really want sports eliminated, and I don't want sports reduced. But I also want to know, what can we do to make sure that we're providing the best for our students, the best for our residents, the best for our community when we're looking at fiscal cost constraints and utilization?
Just to add a couple of thoughts. The superintendent and the administration have provided some of the information that has been even mentioned this evening. Again, because of the timing, despite the fact we have been meeting since November, there's only so much time between now and the time when we have to present this budget. Needless to say, we will continue to meet between now and May several more times. Yes, we will request additional information to make those difficult changes. But one thing I really would like to see as well is a comparison in the last 5 years of the total amount of money that, that has been reduced from the budget or eliminated from the budget. Again, something simple. Programs that have a direct impact on the education of our students and other things that do not have such an impact. And I think we need to look at those areas because at the end of the day, you know, we continue to take things away from our students. And you know, as we continue to fight the battle of the, you know, the achievement gap, which is something that, you know, is at the forefront of our mission here, and a thorough education of our students, we need to keep in mind that the more we remove from education and instruction, the more difficult this job is going to be for the administration and for us. So I just would like that information to be provided as well, so it can be presented to the public, and we can also see, you know, direct impact against non-impact. Thank you.
And Sebastian, I just think that that's a really good way to look at it in terms of comparison. You know, what directly impacts the students, even though it all does, but the fact that you being on the Finance Committee and looking at that carefully, hopefully those could be the things that could be presented. And hopefully, Howard, the information is, all of you guys on the Finance Board, hopefully those questions will continuously be asked, and that this will be the information that we will be continuously working with. And I'm sure that those are the questions that you have been asking since November, and I'm sure a lot of that information has been presented. But as we as a full board, then full disclosure of all this and having the public opportunity to have input, we'll be able to craft something, but also being mindful that what may not make the chopping block this year is still eventually on the block next year and the year after, and unless we find some other form of revenue at some point in time, we will be looking at every possible item.
One other thing I'd like to see, and I don't know if you can get it for us, Dennis, and that is how much of a shortfall we are receiving in terms of the funding of the SFRA, which is the Student Funding Reform Act. I think we're probably about $5 million short, but I'm not sure of that figure. And I would like to know how much we should have received if the formula had been properly funded, and how much of a shortfall we are dealing with. Because this is something that has been happening over the last 5 years, where the formula is not giving to the districts, and specifically TNEC, has not given us the money that we should have received. Had we received the funds that should have been allocated, we would not be in this position at all. So I would like to see that figure, just so that we can have that as a talking point, so that we know why we're in this situation that we find ourselves in.
Okay, we'll take a look at it and see if I can find it, get the information from Trenton.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay. You want to thank Dr. Fraunhofer?
Thank you.
I thank the board, and I want to thank the members of the community for your kind attention.
If you can turn the lights back on. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Fraunhofer for doing, what is it? Dr. Fraunapple for doing such an extraordinary job of distillating what is a really complicated budget into at least somewhat palatable morsels. And you can sort of hear with the discourse between the board members the difficult challenge that we have before us, not just as a board, but as a community. As I look out at this rather large group here, we're not used to this. We're usually just us and maybe one or two people in the crickets. And let me take the opportunity at this point in time to acknowledge another council member, Mr. Alan Sohn, if you'd stand. Any other council members or dignitaries here? What was that? We got it. I'm happy for you. My condolences. We realize that a lot of you are out here for different reasons, and some of it was promoted not by us, that it was going to be a busing meeting. How many here are about busing? Okay. How many here are not about busing? Okay, good. All right. It's a rather large crowd here this evening, and one of the things that I do want to say is that we do appreciate you all being here. In fact, we hope that you're here during this whole process because we think that sharing with you how we go through our decision-making process, sharing with you some of the challenges and some of the solutions that sometimes we actually get from the folks who attend these meetings is the way that we look to sort of do that. So we're really about an open book in this regard. There are other ways of also communicating with us. If you're somewhat shy and don't want to go up to the podium and introduce yourself and sort of make your statement public, and for the viewing pleasure of the two people who are watching this on their televisions at home, there are other opportunities to talk with the board. There's one called Conversations with the Board. That takes place at 7:30, half an hour before our regular public meeting. In fact, some of you actually took advantage of that. We had a good conversation, sort of face-to-face, eye-to-eye, and you can ask some of the sort of nuanced questions. The other opportunity is you get to meet with our superintendent, Barbara Pensack, where she has Sunday with the superintendent, where you can ask her all kinds of questions. And we do this because we do believe it's important to get feedback from the people that we represent, and that is the residents of this community, our parents, our children, and all for the benefit of our community. And so we would like for you to take advantage of that. So tonight, at this point, we have what we call the participation by the public, where you have an opportunity to step up to that podium, give us your name and your address, and we'll give you 3 minutes to either make a statement or ask a question. Now, there's no way we can accommodate all the folks that are here tonight, and I know most of you are here for busing, and we want to try to get as diverse feedback as we can. So if someone steps up to the mic and makes your statement, you don't have to say it all over again. We kind of get it the first time. So what we're going to do is, I see they're already lining up. Yeah, so this part right now is just for items that are actually on the agenda. We're going to allot an hour for this, so use your time frugal. Say what be crisp. We'll give you 3 minutes. Dr. Fraunapple will be our official timekeeper. He looks surprised over there.
Will you let them know?
Yeah.
Tell them that.
Okay. And you can ask about. You can include, since we gave the budget presentation, and I know many of you are here for the busing, we can sort of include that. We may or may not respond to that because we don't want to get into a discussion, because we want to try to hear as much as we can, so we will listen as carefully as we can, because I bet your last dollar that next week we'll have a different group that is interested in something else. And so we want to pull all that feedback in. So at this time, we'll open it up, and if we can start that clock, we'll have... Yeah, no, I already did. I'll say it again. So give us your name and your address, and tell us what you want to tell us.
Laser Kornwasser, 393 Edgewood. I've been a resident of Teaneck for over 15 years. I want to applaud you for what you do. Being on the board of an elementary school and a high school, I know how difficult it is to balance a budget. My concern is, I think you're making a short-term decision that will have long-term impacts. Your goal is not to have instructional impact, yet the decision you're making today will have long-term instructional impact, and let me tell you why. You're consolidating the busing, and while that may cause an impact on my family, that's not why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is because that impact, if it impacts just 5 families, to move out of Teaneck who are using that service, and it is then... I've only got 3 minutes here. And if it causes 5 families to move in who now go to the public school, you now have a problem. Because now your budget is upside down. And that will cause you, and maybe the answer is not 5, maybe it's 10 or 20. But at the end of the day, that will then cause you to reduce the instructional program that you don't want to touch. So if you're here for busing or if you're here for sports, at the end of the day, you need to think on the impact it will have on the Teaneck residents. And will you be able to continue to fund the programs that you are fighting for, that you want to do? And that's my concern, is that for $100,000, you will have a far greater impact on the citizens of Teaneck, which will have a cause that you will have to reduce the instructional programs that you don't want to touch. So I ask you to consider that, because I think you're making a short-term decision that long-term we all will regret, and either will cost us to pay more taxes, or you will have to cut the services for the people that you're representing.
Hi, I'm Joseph Cry. I live on 404 Churchill Road. I'm not as eloquent a speaker as Laser, so I apologize. But I did have a factual question. I'm hoping you can respond. I know you're not going to respond to all questions. But crossing guards, how's the cost of crossing guards factored into the budget? And to the extent that there is a central location with bus pickups before 7 o'clock in the morning, extending to 6 o'clock at night, what would be the incremental cost of those crossing guards?
Really answer that, because we want to go back and forth, okay? So we want to try to get as many people as possible, all right?
Okay.
But we're making a note. Got it. The cost of crossing guards.
Right, and the busing that's currently provided, it starts before 7 o'clock in the morning, extends till past 6 o'clock at night. And I will disagree strongly, in fact, with one of the assertions that was made by a number of the board members. The assertion was that the priority is the education of Teaneck residents. And I completely agree that that's paramount, but I disagree that that's the most important. I think the most important consideration should be the safety of Teaneck residents. And if we have a central meeting location and there isn't adequate supervision by crossing guards and argue police, I think that's more important. And to have hundreds or thousands of children gathering together without a proper security presence gives me great concern. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shari Burstein. I live on 1360 Dickerson Road in Teaneck. I'm a New York City school psychologist, so I'm a big proponent of the United Federation of Teachers, and I have a lot of support for the public school education. I do send my kids to a private school for a religious education. Not that I think there's anything wrong with the public school education, and I think a lot of people get confused that they think we're sending to prep schools, but it's really, I believe, for most people, it's a religious education. I do feel I don't get what I pay for in terms of my property taxes. I'm happy to support the public schools. I went to public school. I'm very supportive of public school. But 2 things. Number 1, my child is not using your services, so they're going to other children, which is fine with me. Another thing that I do not get is my child may be considered eligible but not entitled for special education services. So whereas, let's say, when I moved here, and I did look at the difference between Bergenfield and Teaneck, and I knew Teaneck had busing, which is why I picked specifically Teaneck, that my child who had OT and speech in New York City would be eligible and entitled if he came to the public school. But because I chose to send my child to a religious school, I could only get 1 day of service for those therapies. So not only are you saving on my child not attending your schools and not using your services, and I'm giving my financial assistance, my taxpayer dollars to support the public school, I can't even get the special education services that in New York are considered, my child's rights. So I just feel that I don't get what I should be receiving from my town, and it's very, very upsetting. So I'm not trying to take away from other children. Like I said, I'm a big proponent, but don't take away from mine either, please. Thank you.
My name is Keith Kaplan. I live on Ramapo Road across from FDU. As the son of a retired public school teacher, the brother of a current principal, and a public school student myself, I want to express I appreciate the job you're doing. It's thankless and very difficult. As many residents that are speaking here tonight, I'm volunteering in town. I wear a couple hats. I'm a resident. I'm a member of 2 statutory boards and obviously a citizen at Teaneck. And I wanted to mention first Goal 4, which was mentioned in the agenda. The Teaneck Public Schools will communicate effectively with parents and the community. Because as admirable as that goal is, based on the rate at which my email, voicemail, and Facebook feed filled up with information and misinformation about the busing issue, I caution you that you are falling far short of that goal. You can and must do better to keep the greater community informed and involved. As a resident that lives within 500 feet of FDU's campus, we already have a problem with traffic in the morning and throughout the day, so much so that the roads near the campus, including mine, have no parking restrictions. We have students, commuters going to River Road and Route 4. We have Phelps Park visitors, just to name a few. Across the street from the FDU campus, there's no parking anytime except Sundays and holidays. I can't fathom how anyone that understands the current state of commuting in Teaneck thinks that adding hundreds of vehicles to that area or any consolidated area in this town is anything more than a catastrophe in waiting. I spoke today with the provost and the general counsel's office at FDU, both of which had no idea about any idea for consolidated busing. The provost's office said that there would be many questions asked and insurance involved. I had a couple questions myself. The general counsel said there has been, and I quote, no request made by the Teaneck Board of Ed to use our parking lots, and therefore there's no agreement pending or otherwise to use our property, end quote. If you've broached the topic with FDU, or if you haven't, how is it responsible to broach it with members of private schools in this area, which I've heard them say was brought up? Which brings me to my second hat. While I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, as an individual, in my individual capacity as a member of the planning board, we get a lot of applications with traffic control studies and police reports. Are there any such reports that you have on consolidated busing? Because I've spoken with Chief Carney today. He said Captain Kronquist would be here to discuss them. But I've heard nothing about the consolidation of bus routes. And before my time is up, the notion that this board can take a 4.25% increase when there was a 2% by using a cap. It is in essence working around the purpose of it's the spirit of the law of moving the vote to November was to keep the budget under 2%. It's legal and you can do it. But my question is, what's going to happen next year or the year after that? This is a problem that is being kicked down the road and something else needs to be looked at.
Hi there, my name is Regina Melnick. I'm a teacher. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm working. Oh, wait. Okay. I'll hold it just like this. Okay. I'm a teacher here at Teaneck High School in room 217. That's my address. And, oh, geez. Oh, I broke it. That's what happened. Okay. I'm going to try to quickly speak about some items that are on the agenda. But I think all of them and I'm so sorry I've forgotten your name, but kudos to you because you're the 4th person who has had to do this in my career here at Teaneck High School. I've been here about 15 years. Make of that what you will. But nice job. Nice job. And I do think there are cuts that need to be made. I think there are some things we should be looking at very closely. When it comes to the park assessment, many people, these aren't my numbers, I just heard $10 per student, the park costs $1 million a year. So if the district is getting a shortfall of $250,000 easily, where is the outcry for that? I've seen the Board of Education make a lot of proclamations for things against like the virtual charter school. Please, please stand up for us as educators and parents. I have a 3-year-old who's supposed to take a test to check his career readiness. could you please, as a board, stand up for the rights of our students and point out that not only are some of these tests ridiculous, but they're also, as you've pointed out, underfunded. You pointed out that, thank you, you pointed out that every part of the budget is integral to the others, and I 1,000,000% agree. The fact that our kids might have to walk 2 miles through the snow versus getting on a bus makes a difference. So don't think that if you cut busing, that doesn't affect their experience in the school. I drive my child to school every morning, even though he could get on a bus, because I know it affects the rest of his experience in the time that he spends at school. And then as a TNEC educator, I would just, again, make a call to the Board of Education to ask not just the educators of the high school, but also every building. There's 7 of us in the district. Ask us for suggestions for ways that we see some spending, because, you know, the things that you cut out that like here and there equal $100,000, maybe we could do that in a building. Maybe, so sorry, Dennis? Maybe we could find ways, little ways to do that. Particularly, I'm kind of shocked and a little disturbed that almost every time I come here, and if you're somebody who comes to board meetings regularly, you see this. Almost every meeting, there's an executive session to discuss harassment, intimidation, and bullying. And in the past year, the board has approved up to $28,000 for an investigator to look into these things. I don't understand why that's not happening in district, and I don't understand why, if there's such a need for this money to be spent, that the district isn't doing more to address the issue so that we don't have to raise it to that level. So thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you.
No, I totally broke it. Okay.
It's a sensitive mic. Maybe we don't want to hug it too tight.
Hi, my name is Yafit Cohn. I live at 501 Rutland Avenue here in Teaneck. First of all, thank you for inviting us to participate today. It's a pleasure to be here. I really empathize with the board for having to grapple with all these difficult budget decisions. As previous speakers have said, it's a thankless task, and I really appreciate it. However, as previous speakers have said much more eloquently than I will urge the board to consider the fact that there is a sizable proportion of the Teaneck population that pays the same taxes as the rest of the community, but does not avail itself of the public school system. As I am sure you are aware, if we all sent our children to Teaneck's public schools, the schools would be overwhelmed. To many in this community, the busing that Teaneck provides is the only education-related benefit that we receive from our taxes. Some of the board members have noted the importance of considering the impact of the proposed budget on working families. I strongly believe that limiting the busing in the ways proposed would have a severe impact on the tax-paying working families in the Teaneck community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathan Krugman. I live at 914 Garrison Avenue, and I apologize that I'm not frequent here, that I don't put in the time, and I'm appreciative to all of you for the time that you do put in. It is very important to our community. And when we do show up like this, it's usually that you end up on the receiving end of a lot of emotions.
You know my brother.
I only have 2 questions. And to follow up on what Keith was saying and what Mr. Rose was saying, both about the communication to the community and about the transparency of the budget. So one item I just don't understand, and it's probably because I don't do the accounting for our house, and that's the central services, the business office and human resources. That looks to increase by almost 90%, by over $2 million, to almost double. And I don't understand, and I believe that you said that a lot of that was outsourcing, which means it's not even going back into our community, into the people that might be willing to do some of the work here as well, number one. And number two, and I'm not an athletic person, but there are a lot of non-mandatory things, and I would at least like to know how much money does go to the sports and to the extracurricular, because as somebody who does send his children to day schools, we end up having to pay for all that, and I don't believe that's a part of the budget that they get, even though it's not a religious item of any sort. So I would like to just have more communication earlier so that we can be able to discuss these in a more informed way at these meetings. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Blyberg. I live at 1278 Wellington Avenue. My question is, I work with someone whose husband is working here in Teaneck High as one of the gym teachers, and I know that his salary is significantly higher. I don't know if I should say the exact number, but tens of thousands of dollars higher than his commensurate counterpart in Bergenfield. And I wonder, is that the case with all teachers as well? I'm not just the gym teacher, but all the teachers. And how do I know when new teachers come in that their salaries, it's nice to be generous, but at least are commensurate with other communities, like new teachers coming in? I mean, he's not he's a young guy. He's not near retirement, and I just wonder. Are people looking at the salaries to make sure that they're on par with other communities in the area? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ari Jacobson. I live at 320 Churchill Road. I live in town and practice law here. On the way here tonight, I had the chance to talk with Teaneck's own genuine. I think maybe this microphone is what put us over budget. Okay. I had the chance to talk with Teaneck's own civil rights hero, Theodora Lacey. Now, she dealt with a genuine busing crisis. That was in 1955 with Martin Luther King in Montgomery. She lives in town. And I spoke to her right before coming here. No, I did not ask her position on the budget. But she did share her concern that these issues not drive a wedge within our community. I personally have experienced both sides of the issue. When I was 11, my ultra-liberal hometown voted down an increase in the school taxes. I was very disillusioned. My 11-year-old mind said that my neighbors were selfish just because they didn't have kids who went with me to public school. Didn't they understand the importance of education? Therefore, I want to praise Dr. Walzer. At the last meeting, I remember your genuine concern was plain. You said, we can't raise taxes. That's already causing people too much pain. That's something we can all applaud, right? Cuts are always painful, you explained, and the pain will have to be shared. Some of that will be shared with loss of valued arts programs. Other parts is going to be that the loss of courtesy busing in town. And then, of course, there's the bus consolidation. On the other hand, then I got bused to private school. And I suffered from the route consolidation. My trip took an hour each way. I left home in the dark. I came back in the dark over 12 hours later. So students who are bused to school out of town already get up too early, and it interferes with their sleep, their health, and their education. I have every confidence that you will reverse the consolidation, and I have every confidence that it will be done in a way that reinforces the respect among the various groups that make up our town of Teaneck. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrea Schumann. I live on 121 Sherman Avenue. The Schumann's on Sherman. I don't have too much prepared, but I was It did it again. Oh, okay. The courtesy busing is I think you're really understating, the impacts on working families that, have to get their kids to the bus for pickups. They depend on neighbors. They depend on friends. They can't have people driving their kids all over Teaneck. I'm shocked. I was very upset about it being reduced just a few years ago, and now to go to 2 miles. I hate this microphone. Yes, well, honestly, it impacted me personally. The first week of school, my son is 6, and he didn't qualify for the busing. We live a mile and a quarter from the school, so I couldn't get subscription busing yet. And he does have attention issues, and he literally came an inch from getting hit by a van. He saw my car, and he didn't look, and he just started running, and the van was coming. And thank God, the crossing guard was able to stop him because he wasn't crossing within the crosswalk. He was about 10 feet from the crosswalk. He was just running. And I'm just trying to magnify that problem 100-fold, because you add all the kids that are living, that extra half mile into that scenario. It is a nightmare. The traffic at my school where we do drop-offs, right now they just eliminated the line. So now you just have to drive around like you're at the airport. I cannot imagine. I can't imagine. I just hope there's something else that we can, finesse in this budget, that we don't have to do this to our busing. The courtesy busing, the subscription busing, the consolidation of bus stops. The busing is so valuable. Thank you.
We're going to take a minute for technical difficulties. Station break.
We will stop the clock.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dennis, you hear back there? Dennis. Dennis. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey guys, for the speakers, when you speak, just speak not so close up on the mic, and you don't have to yell. Just normal tone of voice, and we should be all right. You guys can hear me up there fine? Show you're right. That would be preferable. Yeah. 1, 2, test 3, 4. That sounds good to you? That sounds good to me.
Hey, good evening. My name is Greg Berman. I live at 496 Northumberland Road here in Teaneck. Been a resident for 7 years. I want to thank you for being here, and as everybody can see, it's a very thankless job, which you do throughout the year. I would like to share with you an element of my experience from doing a very small, thankless job this past summer. I was a complete volunteer coordinator for busing that took place to one of the summer camps. We had to send about 14 buses worth of children from FDU parking lot in Hackensack. I was asked to coordinate that with 2 bus counselors per bus. So overall, we had something between 20 and 30 adults and young adults coordinating that many children going, middle school children going on buses. It took with the cars that drove the children to the parking lot, with getting children on the bus, with the cars leaving the parking lot, being a first car in and last car out, it took 2.5 hours. It took about an hour just to get the kids from the parents' cars into the buses, with enough adults coordinating and sending them there. Let's say you could do a much better job for about 10 times the amount of children that I had to deal with this summer. I'm not sure how many adults you need to do this, but I would think maybe 20, 30. I was talking about 2,000 to 3,000 children. Have you budgeted for the salaries you would have to pay them? Or if you expect the police department to do the job, has the police department budgeted for doing the job? Talking about the traffic nightmare, talking about the hours lost on really getting all these people into one tiny space, people being late to work. I tried to look through the budget. I appreciate the detailed work you've done. I still couldn't find enough details in the budget itself to understand how much in terms of salaries this proposal of cancellation of busing would actually save. My estimate, it's been 1 and 1.5 salaries. I can't imagine that at a close to $100 million budget, there isn't one job that could be cut in order to consolidate the trouble that, we're talking about thousands of parents and thousands of children would have to go through every day in order to get this accomplished. So overall, with much thanks for the work that you do, I really hope that this really, talking about between 0.1 and 1.5% of the budget could really be resolved without causing an anguish and discord in all of this community. Thank you very much.
My name is Eleanor Breslau. I live 1319 Fayette Street here in Teaneck. By way of introduction, I'm an almost 40-year resident here in Teaneck. We reared our children here in Teaneck. We love Teaneck. Our children love Teaneck. Thank God they moved to Teaneck, and I have 4 grandchildren here in Teaneck. And I'm listening to one of the board members saying how they have to grapple with all the painful cuts. And I'm thinking, wow, if all the parents who send their children to Jewish day school, Catholic day school, Muslim day school decide to enroll their children in the wonderful Teaneck Public School, what kinds of pains will you have then? Also, all those parents from the schools that I just mentioned are equal taxpayers who don't receive the same services. But what I will say is, if you do consolidating buses for those students and not the equal consolidating buses for Teaneck students, that is discrimination.
Good evening. My name is Josh Przansky. I am not a resident of Teaneck. I'm from the Orthodox Union Advocacy Center, located at 172 West State Street in Trenton. But with the last name of Przansky, I feel in Teaneck I have a right to speak. I want to commend, first of all, Dennis, I don't know what your last name is, but I want to commend you on one of the most entertaining and interesting budget reports I've ever seen, and I appreciate it. Usually they're very boring, and you made it interesting and lively. I just have a few things to point out. Number one, yesterday I testified in front of the Senate Budget Committee because they, too, have cut, the state budget now has cut non-public funding for this coming year. And I came here tonight because this is another district that has cut non-public, the only non-public support that the parents here receive in your budget. And I'm always wondering why the non-public community is the one that has to sacrifice each and every budget when other school communities don't. And not that I'm denying anybody their money. I think every public school kid should get the best education, but that's a question I have. I have 2 very quick questions. Number one, it says here in the budget that there's a $3 million cost for non-public transportation, non-public busing. I understand there's 2,400 students in non-public students being bused and transported here in Teaneck. If that was the cost, it would be $1,270 per student, although the state limit is $884. I do believe that number does not include only non-public school students. I believe there's another category of students in there, maybe it's handicapped students, what have you, or if this number is indeed 1270, I would suggest perhaps doing a different bidding process on your transportation routes, including going to the CTSA and maybe asking them for help in bidding out your routes. I also understand, and it's a little dysfunctional at the state, DOE, that the state does pay for a large portion of non-public transportation. They're supposed to be paying the first 400 and change of the non-public transportation per student. The district then pays the difference between that and $720, and everything over and above $720 to $884 is paid for by the state. Now, I understand you're not getting that money from the state, and I also understand the state has lumped all of the money into one block of change, so we don't know exactly what's for public, what's for non-public, and what's for handicapped students. Nonetheless, there is funding coming in from the state, so the entire $3 million or $2 million, whatever the number might be for non-public school students, is not being borne by the local taxpayer or the local district, but it is being paid for by the state, so that number is lower. Now, just as an aside, having consolidated bus stops in a community like Teaneck, where you have so many students, visible students, especially from the Jewish community, waiting on a corner for a bus, invites, God forbid, a terrorist attack. If we see what's going on in Israel by bus stops and train stops where people are plowing into them, it's a security risk for the children and the parents of this town. I'm sure there's somebody here from the police department that might want to discuss that as well, because it is a very big risk. And I would like to think that you would reconsider this change, especially now I'm looking at the savings. The total savings is $116,000 out of a $97 million budget. You have 600 parents sitting here tonight that have come to protest $116,000 out of a $97 million budget. If I were writing the budget, and thank God I'm not, I leave that to you, I would say, why am I doing this? Who needs a headache for $116,000? Cut it someplace else. But then again, that's why you were elected and you have these jobs, and I wish you the best of luck of finding those cuts. Thank you very much.
My name is Jeffrey, just Jeffrey. I live in Teaneck. First of all, I appreciate all of your efforts on behalf of the community. Dennis, I think you gave a very nice presentation. Point number one, non-public school students are your students, just like public school students. Point number two, it's pretty clear that union negotiated salaries and benefits are the massive bulk of the expenditures by this town. To inflict upon the non-public school students who pay taxes the loss of busing as against what they're contributing is appalling. We should have much better negotiated union contracts, which are done in every locality throughout the United States. We should do a better job. I say that respectfully. Last point. I come from a community in New York State that has similar demographics to Teaneck. It's a little bit flipped in that the non-public school parents have taken a majority on the school board, and they are grappling with exactly the same issues as you all are, but on the reverse. It's quite possible and likely that the demographics of this school board will change, and that the majority of people sitting on the school board will be non-public school parents. The decision that you take today will set the standard for what decisions they make in terms of how your students are affected. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hillary Kessler-Godin. I live on East Laurelton Parkway. Like all the speakers before me, I want to first thank the board for all of your work. Thank you for your presentation. It was very detailed, very informative, and I thank you. I have two main questions about the consolidation, one of which relates to the safety of our children, and one of which is not so much a question, but a statement about the economics of our family budgets. I'd like to ask the board, has thought been given to who will supervise these children from different schools when they are all dropped off in one location? Who will make sure that my 8-year-old gets on the right bus and goes to the right school? Who will stay with my 8-year-old while I have to leave to go to work. Which brings me to my second point, which is that the families who are here are also working families. My husband works, and he works very hard. He owns a local business. I work. I commute into the city. What will we do with our children? Shall I leave them there? Shall we wait with them? Where will we park? I'd like to know. I'd like to ask the board, has thought been given to this? Have you taken the next step when making this proposal? Because I am not prepared to leave my 8-year-old in a crowd of thousands of students by herself.
I'm not going to touch it. Can you hear me? Good evening. Jason Castle, 31 Maple Street. I stand before you in the capacity of an elected councilperson on the Teaneck Council and also as a parent. Before I begin, I want to commend each of you because you volunteered to do this job, and you have the very undesirable task of delivering services to 7,500 school-age children when you only receive funding from the state for roughly 3,700 who are enrolled in the district. And that isn't a very undesirable task, so I want to commend you for the work that you're doing and the difficult decisions that you have to make. As a parent of a charter school student, I can empathize with some of the concerns of many of the parents here. You know, my wife and I have chosen a route that is not the conventional public school system. And I am fully aware that my daughter, as a charter school student, only receives 90% of the funding that a traditional public school student receives. And I work very closely with the charter school to figure out ways that they can bring in revenue to make up for that additional 10%. I want to state clearly, as parents, we didn't choose the charter school because we think badly of Teaneck Public Schools. My wife is a product of the Teaneck Public Schools. We as parents simply chose the charter school because we want our children to stay in the same building for their elementary education. And that's our choice as parents. Going back to the point that the school board only receives state funding for 3,700 enrolled students when you have to deliver services to more than 7,500. I'd like to remind you that the funding for this school board, just like for the municipality, is 100% funded by all 11,000 homes in the community. And just last night, we had members of the Glen Point community that came before our council, and they were very upset that they were double paying for services that they weren't receiving. I would very much like to see all the parents in this room receive the services that their children need, whether it's in the public school or whether it's busing, because they are paying their fair share in tax dollars.
The clock, I just want to remind, the clock is ticking, Councilman.
Okay.
All right. You just invoked the 3-minute limit, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't.
Your
But
council did.
there was the majority of votes.
Go ahead. Let's do this.
What I would very much like to see, if at all possible, and if there's some way that we on the council can work with you, I'd very much like to see these bus stops remain in place. Because just like you represent all the children of this community, I as a council person represent all the residents of this community, and I would very much like to work with you to figure out a way that we can keep these bus stops in place for all of our children. And I'm willing to do the extra legwork and do the extra hours to work with you to see if it's possible. But I'd like for all the children of Teaneck to receive busing.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emmy Schiff, 106 Ayers Court, apartment 3B. I know I'm not a technical resident, I'm a renter, but I still have the same concerns as any parent. Sorry, I have a sore throat. I also am an accounts receivable rep for B&H Photo, so I understand about paying bills on time, and it's incredibly important to me. But I'm not sure if anyone here has taken the 167T at 7:45 and it's filled with high school students getting a ride to their schools when there is busing. I'm not sure if anybody has taken the 167T at 7:45 in the morning, but it's filled with high school students taking a ride to their high schools when there is busing. There's something fundamentally wrong there. There's no busing for high school students. Yes, the public buses.
They don't get bused.
They don't get busing. Then where's all this? Seriously? It's just elementary. This funding is just for elementary. Huh. My apologies, then.
It's okay. We understand.
But I do have concerns because my 5-year-old is going into schooling next year,
Mm-hmm.
and she will be consolidated along with everyone else if this goes through.
Okay.
So I am, again, still concerned.
Okay. We appreciate
Still
it. We do.
concerned parent.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Hello. I'm a little taller than most, so. Anyway, my name is Steve Gruber, and yes, I'm related to the David Gruber that's on the Board of Ed, who is not here tonight, and he apologized because he's traveling on business to London. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you for taking your time out and explaining this to us, the finance chairman, for putting together the interesting budget. A bit more granularity would be appreciated so we could all see where you are planning to cut instead of lumping a lot of stuff together. In addition, I will say that I have high hopes. I believe that we are going to find that $116,000, and we are not going to cut the busing. You know, it's all about choices and allocation. You guys have the power. You make the choices. You make the allocation. But I will add that one of you mentioned that this is a topic that will come up today. It will come up a year from now. It will come up again 2 years from now, and so on and so on. So the real thing is, how do we cut our fixed expenses? So as we saw on the demonstration, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, there was $400,000 allocated to, I think, 5 employees that were let go. And that on average is $80,000. $25,000 of that is health care expenses. $25,000 per employee. Now, I don't know about you, but you guys got good health care benefits. In the public service, you know, I understand that years ago you are considered lower pay and you got, you know, better benefits. You are no longer in the lower pay category. You are, I think, number 11 in the state as compared to others, and you are all on average probably making about $80,000 a year. That's probably more than the median income of Teaneck.
I just wanted to clarify something for you. I'm
Yes.
sort of breaking rank here. Well, one, you have channeled David here. We feel that. From England.
We do get along well.
And the second thing is, you're saying you. I'm sure you don't mean us because we work for free.
No, I'm not referring
Okay, that's
to
all.
you.
I just want to be clear
It's
about
you,
that because
plural.
a lot of people don't know that.
Right. I will also add that the $25,000 in benefits is huge, and from what I understand, each teacher has a $10 copay. Now, by a show of hands, who in the audience has a $25 copay or more? I think it's pretty significant, and I would say if you moved in that direction, you could probably save $4,000 to $5,000 per employee, also increasing the deductible solely. I know these are hard choices, and I know you just negotiated a new contract with the teachers union, but the minute the new contract is signed, you start negotiating on the old one. And these are hard decisions that we're going to be kicking down the road forever. So I think it's time to start thinking about it. And as you could see, the vast majority do have $25. I could do $50, and you'll probably get half the audience as well. And I think it's time that they kick in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marie O'Brien. I live on Salem Street in Teaneck. I'm an 11th grader at Teaneck High School and a proud member of the Teaneck bowling team. I have a question, and although I understand that this question most likely will not be answered at this meeting, I request a time frame for the answering of this question. We are being told that there are being cuts to the sports programs at Teaneck High School, and we are not, there's no guideline of what those sports cuts exactly are. And so if we could know what those are or when we could find those out, that would be great. Also, I would like to make a point relating to a point that was made before, that families who choose to send their children to private school do have access to the sports programs at the Teaneck Public Schools. So those are important programs within our school district that don't only apply to the students that go to Teaneck High School. Thank you.
Could I just, I know we're taking, and we're not taking time away from other people. You are misinformed about a couple of things. So, and I appreciate how enthusiastic you are. I think it's wonderful that you got up, and this is a packed
Thank you,
room.
Ms.
And
Kinzak.
I applaud you. Applaud you. But I do want you to make sure you're informed, before you speak. So that statement about non-public schools participating in in Teaneck sport, that was incorrect.
But if this
that would not, I'd be happy to talk to you about it, but
Okay.
that was incorrect. That has to do with students who are attending an academy, like the Bergen Academy, and their right to participate.
That's-
So if you know any other information,
I
I
would-
wish you'd speak to Mr. McHale or
Okay,
me about
I
it,
will.
or I'd love to, but that's really incorrect, and I wouldn't want to insult anyone here by...
I'm sorry, but I have heard otherwise. I will reach out to you about it.
Okay, and I would like to know.
Okay.
Because I should know those things.
Okay. No, I'm not.
No,
Thank-
no,
yeah.
I should know. Right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Judah Kaplan. I live at 963 Greenwood Road in Teaneck. I'm a proud parent of a Teaneck Public School student at the Bryan School and have been for 3 years. I'm also the son of a retired public school teacher and union member and the husband of an employee of the New York City Department of Education and a UFT member. So I have a fair amount of appreciation for teachers and the very good work and important work that they do. I'd also like to thank all of you for the presentation this evening. I think it was very detailed, and I will echo the earlier comments from so many of the others here about the very hard work that you all put in. Being a bit of a geeky guy myself, I do want to go into the minutia of a couple of the numbers that jump out at me from looking through the expenditures. Specifically, I see under operation and maintenance of plant an increase of $618,000, which is not a huge number in the context of the budget, but is a 17% increase in that particular expenditure item. And given the fact that we're looking at approximately $400,000 in busing cuts, and as far as I can tell, another $150,000 or so in elimination of a dance and drama program at the middle school, which, while I'm not a middle school parent, I was involved in the drama program in my own high school and college, and that sounds to me like a pretty worthwhile program to try to keep. By taking those amounts out, you're talking about saving about $550,000. It would still allow for a 2% increase in your maintenance budget, which is very much in line with the rate of inflation. I don't understand why you need a 17% increase in that budget item, and that looks to me like an obvious savings that perhaps as we get more granularity, we might be able to investigate. Another comment that I heard earlier in the evening from one of the board members was that when we increase the amount that we spend on charter schools, in this case $133,000, there is no commensurate cost savings from the overhead. And I'd like to challenge that assumption. I think that there that one of the things that we should be looking at is $133,000 represents, I don't know, 2% of the student body, then shouldn't we be looking at a commensurate 2% cuts in terms of other expenses, whether that's administrators, whether that's other means that you can look at. And I do think that there are savings here that go beyond that. As a final point, somebody else in the audience notified me that I believe Captain Kronquist of the Teaneck Police Department is here, and we have the benefit of him here. And I think that with regard to the safety issues that have been raised multiple times, far more eloquently than I have by other members of the audience, I think it would be very relevant to hear Captain Kronquist's opinion, and I think it would be useful for the board to solicit that opinion directly and explicitly. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
We have about 10 more minutes, which gives us about 3 more people.
Okay.
How quickly
My name
they
is
speak.
Dan Barinholtz, 962 Sheffield, and I will speak quickly. I like to express my disappointment in the process that's been applied here. This is an issue that affects half of the families in the community. People should have known this would be a big issue. This budget was not created in the last 3 days, yet we only heard about this issue in the last 2 days. To me, it is evidence. It appears to be bad faith to only let us know about this 2 days before. I would like to hear why that's wrong. I won't get into the minutia of numbers, but I would like to touch on the headline number. The headline number is that for national average, my numbers might be 2 years out of date, national average cost per student in public schools is about $12,000 to $13,000. In Teaneck, is it about $23,000? So under the leadership of the President administration, the cost is about 80% higher, give or take, over the national average. And I would like to know, because we wouldn't be having this conversation otherwise, what in the world justifies 80% higher expenditures in Teaneck or its results that keeps us here tonight? Thank you.
Good evening, board members, general public, distinguished guests, councilmen. My name is Ken Kronquist. I'm a captain with the Teaneck Police Department, and I'm in charge of operations. I was directed to come here this evening by Deputy Chief Glenn O'Reilly to discuss the consolidation of the out-of-district bus stops and increasing the in-district busing to a 2-mile radius. I can't say any more that's already been said, other than the point being the Teaneck Police Department does not recommend this plan. We feel that it will increase vehicular traffic at the schools that were identified, that being Benjamin Franklin, Whittier, Lowell, and Hawthorne, and it will create a safety hazard to many, many people. That's all I have. Thank you for having me.
I really should have gotten in line sooner so as not to have to follow. My name is Laura Fine. I live at 277 Johnson Avenue. I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is I echo everyone's concerns about safety, and I'm very gratified to hear Sergeant Conquest or Captain Conquest that the police is not endorsing this, because when I first heard this, I thought it must be a false rumor that they would have so many people consolidated between the traffic, the children. I grew up going to my local park that was named for a child that was hit when she ran back to get her something she forgot on the school bus. And to have so many buses in one place with so many children running and trying to catch in the morning, I can only imagine the disasters that could potentially befall us. And I implore you to please keep our children safe and discard this notion that the consolidated bus stops could be considered. I also just wanted to say, looking at these numbers, I'm looking at this total Fund 12 is $600,000, and it's 0.6% of the total budget, so I'm guesstimating that the $100,000 for the busing is 0.1% of the total budget. Would that be correct? So for 0.1% of the total budget, you're taking the one thing that benefits about, I don't know, I've heard anywhere from 25 to 50% of the children who live in Teaneck. For 0.1% of the budget is the only benefit that they receive to 25% of the to 50% of the children. I think that that's really unfair to choose that one thing. It seems like a really disparate impact on that percent of the population. And it's hard not to think that it was intentional. Anyway, thank you.
Hi, my name is Marty Byrne. I live on Garrison Avenue. My wife and I are very fortunate. We have the best of both worlds. We have one child who goes to public school and is advanced in public school. And we have two children who go to yeshiva. We are the community of Teaneck. Yeshiva students and public school students are all our children. We are all interested in good education and safety for all of them. I want to personify the safety problem, and I want to thank the gentleman with the great mustache, I forgot your name, who said that, so he said that even though safety is not considered part of the mandatory budget, there's interpretation of what is safety. I want to personify particularly what the captain said. In 2007, I'll be quick, in 2007, I witnessed the following early in the morning near my house. A car was about to go through a stop sign, actually inched through the stop sign after stopping, and except to his left there was another stop sign. A stop sign extended from a school bus, and thank God, because this was near my house, but for any child involved, there was a policeman there who quickly got out of his car, told the person to pull over, and he was given a ticket. Now, I know about this because I was that person. Okay? It was early in the morning. I had to go and buy something for my child before they went to school. I didn't see it. I told the police officer, believe it or not, thank you for being here. This is why this is not a good idea. Number two, perhaps less important, but just as important to many people, I have the great fortune of having a wife who makes more money than I do. Okay? All right? And I have the great fortune of being productive myself. But when push comes to shove, if I have to walk my children to school, it's going to be I who does it. Okay? There are some people, a lot of people in this community, public school people, private school people, where there has to be two full-time employed people who have to be at work at a certain time in order to afford to live in Teaneck and to pay taxes in Teaneck. I'll walk my children to school if I have to, but there are too many people here who cannot. Thank you.
Okay, this will be the last person.
Oh, that was it. That's a pretty big responsibility.
Okay. Oh.
My name is Patty Mata-Borodak.
Miss Mata-Borodak, you'll be the last person.
Okay.
All right.
I've lived in Teaneck for over 20 years. And when I moved to Teaneck 20 years ago, I moved to a beautiful, multicultural, quilted town where everyone cared about each other, and we all got together on the ball field and the Radish Center all around town, and that's the kind of place that I still want to live in. And our children are your children, and your children are our children. I would never want to put a public school kid in a dangerous situation. I have to assume you wouldn't want to put my kid in a dangerous situation. I know what you're doing is a really hard job, but you have a great opportunity here to prove that in this country we can all still get along. We're all there for each other. I know that times are hard. When I do my own personal budget, I can't give away one of my kids because I can't afford them. And I hope that you'll adopt that philosophy as well.
Okay, I wish to thank all of you for your feedback and for your comments and for your suggestions. And hope to see you at the next meeting if you are about to leave right now. We'll move on to the agenda item. I think we got enough feedback. We're going to do that at the end, Howard. I got this. Thank you.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
They were watching you guys. They knew it was a Brit. Don't let the Brits speak. You can't even vote in this country. It's terrible. Who's going to speak? I don't know. I like the coffee. I'm impressed. That can't be right. I would ask him. That's what you make it. It doesn't sound like it. Shut it down. And by the way, I was amazing. There were two people left because I lost the police tax. That was pretty much it. What else do you want to say?
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're still trying to finish off the meeting here. It's not done yet. We'd appreciate it if we can continue with it. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to continue the meeting. Board Trustee Rose, we'd like to continue the meeting. Thank you very much.
Should we wait for Clara to get back here? Ladies' room.
They're waiting for another person to come back. I got a ticket for driving with snow on my car. The roof. Yeah, whatever. So they're saying I have to come to court. Yeah. I can't just pay the fine or whatever.
There's a number on the back of the ticket. Just call that and ask them just to reconfirm.
Yeah, I did. I called that number.
Then you might have to go to court on that one. It might be beneficial to you to show up because you might just dismiss it. You know what I'm saying? If they said you have to, you have to. It's a new law, though. I can't help you with that. I didn't create the law. Yeah.
Against what? I'm not against everything. No, I'm against more discussion so we make a more rational decision. I'm going to vote yes for this because it gives us time, I hope, to come to more, to saying this is our preliminary budget, and it's subject to change. It is subject to change, and I hope that we consider enough time.
Trustee Mr. Rose. All right, Mr. President, I'd like to move Board Operation Motion Number 38.
I'd like to second that.
Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Roll call, please.
Board Resolution number 38. Dr. Duguid?
Yes.
Mrs. Rappaport?
Yes, with an abstention on the February 4th minutes because I was absent.
Mrs. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rose?
Yes.
Dr. Walzer?
Yes.
Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Worrell?
Yes.
So carried.
Mr. President, I'd like to move school operations and curriculum motions 73 through 81.
That, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Yep.
Just like to point out and thank the donation of books from the Endowment Federation of the Foundation Jewish Federation, as well as David Siegel, who made donations on behalf to our public schools. Thank you.
I just want to point out, since 81 is new, that Torah Academy contacted us because they had an opportunity to do professional development for their teachers, and so we thought it was important that we get this walked in for them. So that's the reason that this is on this item, rather than make them wait until April.
One other thing in terms of that motion, this is, as Title II funds, there is a component that is for non-public schools that we have to vote on as part of the resolutions, because we actually handle the money, but it does not pass through. It does not go through our budget. We take the money in, we give it to whomever it is that needs it. So that's what this is about.
Any other comments or questions? Roll call, please.
All right, we have a motion and a second for Resolution 73 through 81. Dr. Duguid?
Yes.
Mrs. Rappaport?
Yes.
Mrs. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
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 Mr. President, I'd like to move finance and budget motions 120 through 129.
I'd like to say second, but I'd also like to make a quick statement to the general public. We're going through these like wildfire, and the reason for that is we've discussed most of this material at our workshop last week. All of it.
Did you second it?
Yes, I seconded first before my statement.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? David.
Just on motions 127 and 128, which are bids for roof replacement projects at Hawthorne School. These are roofs that they're over 25 years old. They're in need of repair, and this is being done to basically avoid having to do emergency repairs at a significantly higher rate. It's part of this, part of the money for these is coming out of the $400,000 that was in the budget as that's in the capital outlay budget, and also the state actually pays for, I think it's 40% of the cost of the roof repairs. So this is to take advantage of that particular program as well.
Yes.
Just a quick question to Dr. Duguid, whose knowledge and experience excels. Would you say that that kind of an expenditure is non-mandated but necessary?
I would actually go one step further. I think that kind of expenditure is mandated because to avoid having to deal with the emergency expenditure that I'm sure others in the audience have had to deal with. I certainly have, when your roof springs a leak.
Any other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Mr. President, I'd like to move personnel motions number 207 through 228.
I'd like to second that.
Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Yes.
I'd like to speak to motion 214 to thank those volunteers that are assisting our spring track team. We thank you. We're always looking forward to having people who volunteer their time with our students. And also item number 221, congratulations to Howard Clark, who will be our new football coach.
Mr. President, we do have, in addition...
Is your mic working or something?
It will now. Does it work? Okay. Sometimes the red light is on or off. I'm going to get used to it eventually. On 208, we do have another retirement that we would like to add. On 208, for Mr. John Robinson, manager of O&M, who is retiring June 30th, 2015.
Very well. Okay, thank you. And we want to thank Mr. Robinson, John Robinson, for all the work that he's done in the district. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Yes, I'm sorry.
Item 212. 212? Anyway. The kindergarten ESL after-school reading program. Barbara, could you just give us a little information on that?
Yes, we discovered about 3 years ago, actually, through something that happened on the weekend, as so often things do, at Math Adventures Wordplay, where Dr. Walzer, Mrs. Rice, and I offer our services and tutor Teaneck and other public school students, that we had a large number of our kindergarten students coming to be tutored in English. And we thought it was great, but it was hard for all the tutors. We have tutors, high school tutors volunteer, and other adult tutors volunteer, and it was hard for people to really understand and to support the kids in the learning of English. And then it made us actually take a really good look at our program in our schools. So we were able to put together, and these kids came every week, and we had an affiliation with some of the teachers then at Bryant School who helped us help the students, because they'd put packets of books and materials that were just right for the kids to read to bring to the tutoring program, and they came like clockwork. And so through that, we were able to took a look at our Title III funds, and we were able to start an after-school program for the Bryant School for the ESL program for between 20 and 25 students. And we had wonderful teachers, and then we also had many, many volunteers from the community help with that program. So we were, again, fortunate enough to be able to use Title III funds to support that last year, and are so thrilled that we're able to support that this year again. And I will say the parents are fabulous. The kids' attendance is perfect, and they are growing by leaps and bounds. So it's just sometimes things just come together and all work in the right way, and this is an example of that.
Just also to acknowledge our volunteers, number 213, to thank Ms. Sass for volunteering as the faculty advisor for the Feminism Club.
Yeah, I would like to congratulate the forum for having an increase in their grant for the police, parents, and school students. My understanding that it was an increase of $20,000 in change for that grant. So congratulations to the forum for the great work and securing additional funding.
Another very proud program, of a high-quality program for the public school and the people in the community.
Any other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
All right, we have a motion and a second for resolutions 207 through 228 with the addition of the retirement on 208. Dr. Duguid?
Yes.
Mrs. Rappaport?
Yes.
Mrs. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rose?
Yes.
Dr. Walter?
Yes.
Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Worrell?
Yes.
So carried.
So, Dr. Frohnapple, would you like to discuss the process for the budget and the vote on the budget and how that's going to happen? We're getting used to, you're getting used to us, and we're getting used to a wonderful new BA.
Well, thank you.
Preliminary budget.
Okay, Mr. President, I'd like to move Finance and Budget Motion Number 130.
Okay, before we actually go through this process here on this agenda item, I do want to stress to the members of the community who are still here that this is a preliminary budget, and many of the concerns that were expressed by the residents here, we hear you, and I want to talk specifically about the consolidation of busing. We had talked, I had an opportunity to speak with some of you at what we call Conversations with the Board, where I was sort of able to explain what actually happens here. You had heard Mr. Rose refer earlier that we have subcommittees that address these issues. The primary advantage of having a committee system is that we're able to cover a lot of ground, and we do a lot of things here. And it's very difficult, one, to get 9 people into the same place at the same time, and let alone come up with some sort of reasonable semblance of a very complex idea with 9 people kind of going at it. And so what happens in a case like this is that we have our Finance Committee, and they've been meeting quite regularly, and then they will report back, and as Mr. Rose had pointed out, it's not always perfect. And actually, this meeting is is one of those opportunities where the full board gets an opportunity to hear what is being proposed by the subcommittee, and then share with the entire board and the public our feelings about whatever sort of proposal or whatever sort of discussions that were made in that committee. Some of the concerns that were expressed by many of the residents here are our very own. I don't sit on that committee. We have a chair for that committee. They report back to us. What occurred in this particular case, or it seems to me, is that word had gotten out and spread through the community at wildfire that this was a fait accompli, and I assure you it was not. And unfortunately, the captain didn't really talk to us about it, and that is this a real proposal on the table. And what I mean by this is that when we're sort of looking at our budget, we're looking, sort of thinking out loud of what are the possibilities, what is the most that we can actually get out of the dollars if we were to have our way. When you talk about busing, busing is a very, very complicated issue, which we're very well aware of. In fact, we had spent quite a bit of money and time and energy talking about the very issue of busing. In fact, we hired an expert in busing, and some of you might remember Gus the bus guy, or Bus, what was it, Kakarian, or something to that effect? Something to that effect, so Gus the bus guy. And he did a very extensive analysis of our school district. And basically, the short and the long of that is that it's impossible to do away with busing. And if you want to do consolidation or tiering, it became a complicated sort of thing. So the first thing that we would have did after hearing the report from the committee, which happens today, would have been to actually have a conversation with the police department about this. In fact, they have people who do this. The reason for that is because it is the issue of safety, that you cannot save money if people are going to get hurt. You're going to get sued. And so you don't have to be a rocket science or actuary, or, and well, you know, kids are going to be hurt. That's the main primary thing. And so it's unfortunate that it kind of came out this way, as opposed to folks sort of asking us. And unfortunately, some elected officials participated in spreading these rumors and innuendo. And that's really unfortunate because we do try our very best to reach out to people. In fact, I've had the practice of sending such matters to the council members, all of them. I've stopped that practice because I would never get a response. And for some of you who were here back about 4 or 5 years ago will remember that we had a similar sort of mayhem. And that came because I sent the information to council members in January. They didn't respond. They waited to August and then said, oh, the board is trying to slip this under you. How is it possible that we could actually do this? Because it's going to impact your kids. You're going to know about it. So I just assume take my lumps and my medicine up front and then move away from it. And so we got it tonight. We hear that people don't want that, and we know that. But here's the bottom line with all of this. And I've heard, what people were saying that, we care, your kids are ours. I really do believe that every child that walks on the planet Earth is one of my own. That is one of the reasons why I volunteer for the board. I make no differentiation between non-public and public, charter or public. And sometimes I'm at odds with other folks who represent the public school because I think that education is an equalizer. It helped elevate me and allow me to be here. And one of the reasons why I work towards this is because I think that every child deserves that because I believe that is a cornerstone of any good society. So we are not interested in putting anybody's child in harm's way. We are faced with a daunting task here, which Mr. Frauenapfel did a really extraordinary job of laying out, and we're trying to show you where the struggles is. We've heard a number of people who looked at our budget and looked at very small sections of it who had great suggestions about. Some we might be able to do something with. I can give that budget to 10 accountants, and they will all find different ways to squeeze money out of it. It depends on which thing is going to really bubble up to the top. One thing that is factual here that we know for sure, something is going to get cut. And the question is what that is. And we're struggling with that. We are, and we do need your input and we need your support. What I'm asking of you that are still here, and maybe you might share this with your friends and your neighbors, that most of us moved to this town for its diversity. And diversity is a beautiful thing. I know that I feel better having lived here. I know my sons who grew up and went to the Teaneck schools are better for it. But there are also challenges, and this is one of them. And so we have a choice to make that when there's scarcity, do we turn against each other and attack and fight for the crumbs, or do we turn towards each other and try to really honestly and earnestly figure this out? So at this point, we're going to vote on this. We need to have this in the county superintendent office by, I think, what's the date of that? By Friday. But we're going to have other opportunities to sort of look at this. I assure you there will be no main bus stop at Fairleigh Dickinson. And to let you know just how ridiculous that is, how could we do that and not even let the folks at Fairleigh know? So, I mean, it's really unfortunate that this kind of rolled out this way. And I think someone said earlier we have to do a better job of reaching out. We're trying our hardest. This is really tough to reach the people. And because people are busy. People are trying to make that money, pay that mortgage, take care of their kids, take care of their family. We get it. And believe it or not, we live here. We pay taxes. We get no special dispensation as board members. In fact, I think we get penalized. But it's all good because we have an opportunity to work for a fantastic school district. So at this time, I'd like for Mr. Rose to second the motion, if he would, and then we can go to move on with this.
I'd like to second this preliminary budget.
Thank you. Any comments? Thank you. Roll call. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the preliminary 15-16 school year budget. Dr. Duguid?
Yes.
Mrs. Rappaport?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Worrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Rice?
Yes.
Dr. Walzer?
Yes.
So approved.
Okay, we move to the part of the meeting where you get to participate again. This time you get to speak about anything that is not on the agenda. Same sort of routine. You go up to the microphone, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes. We're going to spend a half hour on this.
Hi, I'm Amy Vogel. I live on Maitland Avenue. I want to thank you for your service. I went to public school and very much think this is the foundation of having a healthy community is great public schools. And when you say that you're trying to communicate with the non-public school community, are you going to answer at this point or no? I just want to know how you're communicating because I just found out about this meeting yesterday, as did everybody else here. So I just think with emails, it's a great way that there could be an email group where we're communicating together and we have more access to information.
We'll get to that.
Hi, Regina Melnick again. I'm a teacher here at the high school. I just wanted to share with you an anecdote that came out of my Creative Writing 1 class. Many of my students are involved in the spring musical, and they were mentioning as they were working on their assignment, which was to write something without verbs. Try it. It's really hard. So they had to write a narrative without using any verbs. But as they did that, they talked about how many of them are coming in on Saturdays to help build the sets for our spring musical. And I overheard many of them saying that they feel that they should be entitled to some community service hours for doing that. And I didn't investigate it. I didn't ask them anything more, but just as a teacher and a student advocate, that seems like a pretty good idea, especially considering that we offer community service hours for people who work in other schools, help babysitting, come in on weekends. So I don't know if it's in the purview of the Board of Education, but I would like, perhaps you to think about expanding the community service hours to include time that our students come in on Saturdays and work on the sets. I also just wanted to respond to a comment I just heard, and this might shock some people, but I'm a charter school parent, and the idea that this board, and I know that Mr. Walzer was just speaking, but he speaks on behalf of all of you, the idea that this board doesn't make charter school parents feel like second-class citizens is nonsense. Every meeting that I come to, there is this sense that the charter schools are these like vampires. So, I get it. As a public school parent and teacher, I get it. But I send my child to a charter school because I live in an Abbott district where I really do feel like his education is better in a charter school. I don't know what it's like in Teaneck. I live in Garfield, but I would appreciate it if the board were more mindful when they talk about what it is to be a charter school parent, because there are reasons we send our kids to the charter schools, whether they're here in Teaneck or whether they're going to the Bergen Arts and Science Charter School in Garfield, where my child attends, or other charter school students attend. Thank you.
Hi. No, it's okay. I'll wait. I don't mind. First of all, I had a question about something you said that people need to get the communication better.
I'm sorry. Can we get your name?
Oh, sorry, Laura Fine, Johnson Avenue. You said that something about we're not receiving the communication because people are too busy. I'm just wondering, what are the avenues of communication that have been attempted?
First of all,
I'll get to that.
Okay, and then the other question I had was, when does the budget become permanent, and what steps are in between now and then, and where, if anywhere, do public comments come in that process? And then the third thing is just a statement, which is that I think from some of the comments, it appears that people think that the community that sends their children to religious schools do not support the public schools or do not feel the need to support the public schools. And I just wanted to say that I think that is a misunderstanding completely on the part of those who felt that way. I, for one, I was educated in public schools, as was my husband. We both were public school teachers. And frequently people will, say, well, what do we get for our taxes? We're paying, and all we get is this. And I respond to them and I say, you're getting an educated population, and that's what makes America America, is that we have citizens who are educated. And I truly believe that. And, if I felt that there were any way I could possibly give my kids both the religious education and send them to public school, I would. And if there were more hours in the day, I absolutely would do that. I just want there to be some understanding that this is not about, at least as far as I'm concerned, And as far as many people I know, this isn't about a conflict. It's simply about why is this very, very tiny part, it seems every time the budget comes up, is always the one tiny thing, it's this little teeny part, but it's always up for grabs every time there's a new budget. And it seems that there must be some other place to get 0.1 of 1% of the budget out of $92 million.
Jason?
I'm sorry, excuse me, Jason. Could I just let you know that there's on our website, www.tnecschools.org, there is a link that will let you sign up for notices and alerts from the Teaneck Public Schools every time something is posted. And you can either sign up for individual schools, all schools, or you can sign up for changes on the district website. So since we're not privy to a listserv of the whole town, and we did talk about that in terms of trying to get information out on our website, or the board also under board, or the board meetings. And for example, under budget, there's a February 11th budget presentation that did include some of the items discussed this evening. So on the website, under Board of Education, under budget, what year is it? 15-16 budget, and also you could sign up for alerts. So if that helps at all, because other than that, we don't have access to everybody's confidential information. People have to choose to get information from us. Yeah, it's in the Suburbanite. It's posted at various times. Dennis, do you have the list of, there are some board meetings between now and the time that the final budget is submitted, and you have a calendar, and is there anything you could, okay, is there anything you could add to that? The board meetings are not on that.
No, but it does say that the public budget hearing will take place on May the 6th at 8 p.m., and that'll be the adoption of the final budget, and there'll be opportunities for comment from the public.
And there's a board meeting on April 1st. It's a workshop meeting at Eugene Field School. And then on April 8th, there's another public meeting at the high school. The public meetings are always at the high school. Workshop meetings, very interesting, are at Eugene Field School. A lot more talk happens, if you can believe it.
Jason Castle. I'm speaking in my official capacity as a Teaneck councilperson, as well as your liaison between the Board of Ed and the Teaneck Council. You all have the same burden that we have, that your reach is limited by the number of people who actually voluntarily go to the website and subscribe to announcements. And I heard that communication, at least from a number of folks, was an issue this evening, that they felt like they hadn't been reached. Just last night as a council, we passed a resolution that named WFDU and WNYC the official AM and FM radio stations for the Township of Teaneck for announcements, alerts, those types of things. I know right now that 1010 Winds, WNYC, and on occasion WFDU make announcements about snow and those types of things, school closures. But I would ask you to leverage this resolution that we just passed to get your announcements out to the community. The reason that we did it, I went to WFDU's radio station. They've been raising money for a digital antenna, and the number of pledges that they got from Teaneck residents exceeded the number of people on our own email list. So clearly their reach to the community is much larger and much more vast than ours, and possibly yours. So I would invite you to collaborate with us on that effort, and we would be happy to figure out some way that we can help you better inform the larger community in the way that we're endeavoring to do.
Yes.
Just as a statement regarding what was said, I agree that using public stations, AM, FM, is certainly a help. But in terms of communication, I get every email sent out basically from the township, the municipality. And some I ignore because I don't have a dog. Some I listen to because weather impacts me just like everyone else, and there's others as well. And I even have a suggestion for another one they should carry, but save that for a municipal meeting. At any rate, the key element here is really communication by email at this point in time. I don't listen to the radio. I certainly don't listen to those two stations. Most people are going to be in the same situation. So yes, while it may help, it is so superficial a help as to be not the direction to put any emphasis on. I would love everyone who was here to have gotten some information from us before they left as to how you can get future emails specifically, in addition to what our superintendent said. Boy, if there was a sign-up sheet or something like that, or what, if you don't communicate, you know, the medium is a message, said Mr. Marshall McLuhan. Remember that.
Jason, thank you very much. I appreciate that. We're going to follow up on it. Thank you. Sir?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Vogel. I'm a resident on Maitland Avenue. I'm a lifelong Teaneck resident, and I really appreciate all the work that you guys do. I'm also the son of two retired public school teachers. I want to tell you, I'm also the recipient and the beneficiary of the busing that we're talking about. As a student and now as a parent, my children go on these buses. I'll just tell you that growing up, my parents, they struggled. They struggled a little bit. They were teachers, and they struggled to pay for my yeshiva education. At the same time, they would pay their taxes, and they never once complained about the fact that their taxes were going to pay for my neighbors and my friends' education. 60% of their tax money was going towards my friend's education. And at the same time, they were struggling so much so I wanted to let you know that I'm very, very proud. Secondly, on a different topic, my youngest son went to the Bryant School earlier this year. Fantastic school. We had a great experience there with the principals there. But I will tell you, I want to understand the solar panels that are up there. And at BF, we saw last year where they came down in this huge storm, and it looked like somebody was going to get killed. I mean, it was just so dangerous. And today, when you look at them, it's so many months later, and you have these tremendous fences that are all over the place, which basically call out, these are dangerous. Somebody should look into that. Whoever engineered those foundations that failed, and it should be done immediately. It's crazy, because when I was going to the Bryant School dropping my kid off, I am looking on the top of these solar panels, and I'm seeing 7 inches of snow and rain, and I see these, and you know what, at the Bryant School especially, because it's like right near, I'll make it short. The bottom line is, I'd love to know why we can't get that fixed immediately.
Yeah, hi, my name is Clive Lipschitz. I live on Ogden Avenue. Just in the interest of transparency and communication, I'm hoping that when you respond to these comments, you could be very explicit with regard to the procedure from here until the final budget. So, for example, you mentioned that the next step is the state superintendent or the county superintendent. What exactly, specifically, are the next steps until this budget is finalized? Second question is, could you please identify the members of the finance committee of the board, please? Thank you.
Do that now? Oh. I'm Amy Yepes. I'm at Alicia Avenue. I have a child at Bryant School. I'm also the PTO president at Bryant School. And I also have a son at TJ. First of all, I'd like to say that the meetings are also very widely publicized on the big sign on Teaneck Road that I know everybody drives down. So there are meetings that are publicized for everybody to see. It might not say budget meeting, it might say public meeting, but public meetings are public meetings, and they're usually discussing budgets. So I wanted to put that out there. Two, I wanted to ask you, because I do have a child in special ed, about the number of paras that will be outsourced. Is that a maximum number? Is that a definite number? Will that number be reduced? How does that work? Because that does directly affect me, and it kind of makes me worried. Right now, the classroom my child is in has 3 paras that are outsourced. They are what they are. I'm not going to lie. Some of them are great if they're outsourced. It's not about the outsourcing. It's about the people. My problem is I'm not understanding the hiring process, how these people are picked, because some, again, are amazing, and they're from Mission 1. Some are not. And some don't speak English very well. There's a issue with literacy, especially at Bryant School. You know, little kids are learning how to write sentences, and if they use the word on incorrectly, and the aide doesn't catch it because they don't speak English fluently, it's an issue. And I've seen that happen, and I just want to know what the hiring process is. How is that going to be addressed in the future? Thank you.
Okay, Alan's going to be the last one, and then we'll start answering some questions.
Alan Sohn, Teaneck resident. About 4 years ago, I was sitting somewhere right around here, running for office, running for Board of Education. To me, thinking that I had perhaps in my couple of hundred times being at a Board of Education meeting that I'd pick something up. And as it turns out, Dr. Walzer, Ms. Williams, Mr. Rose had the fortune to earn more votes than I did and earn the right to be sitting up here.
I'm not so sure of the fortune.
I was going to say, well, certainly, I was saying my good fortune to spare me from dealing with this. It's very, very challenging to be an elected official. You know, again, the public wants, has infinite demands, for zero taxes. It's very, very tough to balance that. And there are certainly a number of things where I think we, as a township council and the Board of Education, can work together to advocate really forcefully on behalf of the township for additional aid. And there's one specific item that I have always looked at, and that is special education. The state has a formula where it says, based on the number of students that are educated in the district, there is a presumption that about 15% of those students are entitled to special education. There's a calculation that there are several $1,000s in additional costs above and beyond the adequacy funds per student, and that is how special education is calculated. As Councilman Castle pointed out, there are just short of 4,000 students in the district. There are about double that number of students, of children ages 3 to 21 who live in Teaneck who are eligible for special education aid. Some of those students do go to private schools and get special education. Many of the children who have some of the most special education needs are coming to the Teaneck Public Schools. A small portion of that drives some of the legal expenditures for the district, but special education is significantly more expensive here in the Teaneck Public Schools, and the Teaneck Public Schools are not getting their fair share. The Teaneck is not the only district in the state. There are plenty of other districts where there is a significant shortfall, where there are substantial numbers of students who are outside of the public schools who are going to the school district and asking for state aid for special education. That's systematically unfair to those districts. It harms those students. It adds stress to those parents. It creates problems for the district. And I want to, I've looked at this. I want to work, again, Councilman Castle has certainly worked as a liaison, and I hope that we can work not just on this, but identify other issues where we can advocate to bring that extra aid. As far as I'm concerned, of course, I would love to cut the municipal budget, the municipal spending, but if I can save a taxpayer $1, whether it comes out of the municipal budget or the school budget, it's all the same, it's coming out of the same tax budget. We need to work together more effectively to find those opportunities to achieve those savings and, again, achieve equity and achieve tax savings across the board for all residents. And I hope we can work together.
I concur with you on all that you've stated, and looking forward to working with you to get that special education money. And to that end, we actually have a meeting scheduled with the town manager and the mayor and the deputy mayor on Friday morning. I think at 7 a.m. is our usual meeting time, so you got to get up early, to catch the worm and all that kind of stuff. So we've been wanting this for a very long time, and, we're always looking for allies in that regard. To answer the question that was asked earlier, I didn't get the gentleman's name, but he had asked about the members of the Finance Committee. Actually, you can find all our names actually on the Teaneck School website, the members of the committees, as well as our home phone numbers and our email addresses. So you can definitely find us, and some people put it out there. In terms of the exact process of the budget, Dr. Fronaffel had actually put out a sheet here. I don't know if you got a copy of that, sort of gives a schedule of that. But that, too, is also posted on the website. And what we might do is actually make it even a little bit more granular in terms of, what topics we're going to cover. In fact, what we used to do when we did the budget is that we would actually have about 3 or 4 months where each month we would actually cover a specific area in gory detail about the budget, and we would break it into layman's or women's term, PC, so that you can understand what we're talking about. We didn't talk about general funds and capital funds and all that other stuff, but actually about programs. But unfortunately, we really had no one coming out to any of these meetings and whatnot, and so we pared it back a bit. Now we hear people, they want it again, but unfortunately, this group that came today is an anomaly beyond belief. And actually, the only time I've ever seen a larger audience was in 2010 when our budget got cut by $6.1 million, and when we talked about busing again. And those are the only times that we get this sort of turnout. And so for board members, most of the time when we're here, we may have 2 people here and our guys in the background there. And so we have no problem with putting out there. And in fact, we know board members' meetings are like watching grass grow. We understand that. But it's not a performance, it's a meeting. And it's some boring stuff, most of it, but except for when you start cutting people's stuff. And so this is the challenge that we have, is this sort of like being at war kind of thing. You're resting and waiting most of the time, and then there's all this action, and then you're back to waiting and watching. And actually, I see Jason Katz can really talk about that better than I can. I came from a war because I came from a hood, so this is more of a street war, yeah. But anyway, to answer your question, those were the 2 primary things, and so I'm going to let Ms. Pensack answer. I'm going to let her answer some questions first before we entertain some more. Because
on the same point, though.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Just regarding the immediate question regarding who's on that committee, I hope my peers feel the same way, but I'm more than willing to admit my complicity on it. I'm one of the members on that committee.
As am I.
On the committee? I know, I'm just putting it out there. And who's it? Okay. So you got it? You got the folks? It's 4. Yeah. Yeah, we can't have 5 because we'll have quorum then. Fair enough? Answered? Cool.
So I'd just like to try to answer Ms. Ipez's a question. Right now we have 61 Mission 1 paras in the district. We have 39 instructional paras, and we have 7 including in-school suspension paras and media center paras. So the 39 instructional paras additional would be outsourced, and I do agree with you. I think we have some fabulous Mission 1 paras, and I know that we probably, as you have when you have 100 paraprofessionals or 100 teachers or 100 administrators or anyone else, you know, you have some great people and you have some people who aren't a fit. So I would feel strongly, and what my experience with Mission 1 is when it isn't a fit for TNEC, it isn't a fit for our classroom, or there's a particular issue, that we look to obtain, you know, a different para. So that can be done. We do a series of interviews with the paraprofessionals, and I know I've heard from some of the teachers that, you know, sometimes it's easier than not. Sometimes it's more difficult than really easy to find a good para and a good fit. I would also tell you that I've talked to the association, to someone who is a special education teacher in the association. I've invited her and also her building administrator to attend a meeting with me with Mission 1, so we can be clear, you know, lay out maybe in a clearer fashion than we've have before about what our expectations are for TNEC, and engage with them in doing maybe even a better level of training than we've done in the past. So we're on that situation to do the training. I know it's painful. I know it's painful. These are, you know, these are kids who, or these are people who are respected, many of them. many of them are. I also want to address the community service question. I would say that's a question for the building administrator, and we do have a community service person at Teaneck High School. I, frankly, as superintendent, I don't know that it would need to come to a board vote for anyone who attends our meetings regularly. The board doesn't really vote on things like that, but it seems to me that if someone is serving the high school community, that's community service, and I wouldn't think that there'd be a disagreement from the high school administration. I also want to address the concern about the board point of view on charter schools. I hope people don't misconstrue trying to tell the truth and being factual from having a negative feeling. Actually, I've heard Dr. Walzer many, many times speak in favor of choice, and he spoke tonight in favor of choice. So I think it's dangerous. Always, none of us want to be in the position where we're assuming just because you hear from the board that charter schools cost the Teaneck Public School, or I'm sorry, the Teaneck town, the taxpayers, $5 million. It's a fact. No different than the cost of busing, no different than the cost of salaries and benefits for all of us, no different than many of the other things, no different than the cost of special education. Thank you for bringing that forward. So again, I've been at all the meetings. I've really never heard that bent on it, and I think that we have to be direct and we have to tell the truth that as we see it and try to be as open as possible. So that includes factual information about what it costs for charter schools. I don't know if I missed any question.
All right, David?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, we don't own the solar panels. We, in order to have energy savings and to be greener, after several years, the board made a decision to go with solar panels after architects, after the people in town who need to, it isn't the planning board, but maybe it is the planning board. Planning board, other people in town who have to manage and have to have a final say on projects that anyone creates. So the solar panels, we had a company called Hudson Solar, and immediately when that terrible thing happened with our solar panels, we did fencing and everything that we needed to do, and then started to communicate with Hudson Solar about either taking them down totally or fixing them, but safety being the only thing, the utmost concern. Money, secondary. Lost solar energy, secondary. Safety of primary concern. So as the way of the world sometimes seems to be, or call it bad luck, Hudson Solar went bankrupt. So we were still pursuing through legal means and every other means. We were ready to take them to court and we're actually at the door of the court to get an order to make them come and take these down, or to tell them we were going to take them down ourselves, and we did get some protection. But there is, I guess, a silver lining, because another company has taken over. We have plans. We've worked extensively on plans for reconstructing in good plans, a forensic engineer to look at the plans. They were at the township waiting for approval, and I just got an email this morning that there has been approval for us to go forward and fix those. And then the money that we put out for security and safety and security guards and so on and so forth, we will go after them for that, and we're confident that we'll gain some of that money back. So thank you for asking that question. I know it is a big concern, but we really were told we couldn't even touch them. We did what we could by putting fences around, security guards when the instances happen, rerouting things, and our principals and teachers have been fabulous and parents, because it's been a parking issue. But we hope very soon to start reconstruction on those.
I had a couple of things, a couple of questions I was going to answer. One was on the increase in central services, and Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think this past January we actually outsourced our second shift custodians, and I think so there was a significant decrease in the salary line there, and the increase in the central services budget was, I'm sorry, not the central services, it was the
And O&M.
O&M budget was secondary to the money that we're paying for the custodians that we outsource. So that's where that came from. And so actually we got a significant net savings in that process. Second of all, I had so many notes here. There was a question about harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and why we had hired investigators. That depends on who's being investigated, and we can't have our own teachers investigating other teachers. We can't have our administrators investigating our own administrators. So when it's a district personnel person that's where there's been a question, we have to hire somebody from outside. That's where that money comes from. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure where some of the rumors got started, because as someone who has been at every single finance committee meeting, there was never discussion of using FDU as a staging area. There was never a discussion of basically all the discussions that were had were really we were trying to brainstorm and come up with ways to close the budget gap that we had, and they were always and remain always contingent upon the police department signing off on them. We had approached the police department about it. They have not been entirely responsive. Certainly, hearing what we heard tonight from the captain that was here, clearly that's going to impact our decision. Sir? The question of outsourcing of consolidating bus routes was certainly discussed. The question of raising the limit for courtesy busing to the legal limit of 2 miles was discussed, and those were the two major issues in terms of busing. Special ed busing is something that's driven by a child's IEP, and we cannot touch in any way, shape, or form. That's one of the mandated expenses that we have. So those were the two major issues that were brought up. But as I said, we never, in any time during these meetings, discussed much of the stuff that was flying around out here. I don't know where those came from.
Okay, we're not going to go back and forth about that. So, if you want more about it, we can do conversation with the board, and, we can talk. We have Sundays with the superintendent, and actually that's also posted on the website, because we know people have lots of questions, and the inclination is, I want to know right now. Unfortunately, this is not a good forum for doing that sort of thing, but we are more than happy to sort of talk about these things. Yeah.
Just want to second David, and I think you made the comment earlier, is the second time that false rumors have come out after a finance committee meeting before it's presented to the full board. And I am quite concerned that this is happening, and it's not the first time, and I think it's something that we really need to discuss. I don't know if publicly, an executive session or whatever, but I'm quite concerned that it's the second time it's happened, and it needs to stop.
Yes, because we're going to have to go into executive session. I want you all to know that. Yeah? Mm-hmm. So, Okay, yes.
I just wanted to address Ms. Melnick on charter schools. I am not against charter schools, for me personally, and I don't speak for the board as far as what their views are. The way New Jersey funds charter schools puts the public schools and the charters in opposition of each other, because the money is taken out directly from the district. Other states don't fund charter schools the same way. So, and if my child was in an Abbott district, perhaps I would even consider a charter school. But Teaneck is not an Abbott district. And we are constantly bombarded with either new charter introductions that come out of the blue. It's not because there's a need, there's not because it's a desire. Somebody wants to open up a charter school and they put in an application. And then the process is the state notifies the district that we have to withhold the money that would be going to that charter school before it's approved. It's happened to us in the last 4 years 3 times. 2 times we had to put $1.5 million aside. Another time we had to put $6 million aside, and the schools never opened. It happens every year, and that's what I was addressing. The fact that we're a solid district, yet we still have to support students going to charters, not only in Teaneck, again, Garfield. 1 year, students wanted to go down to New Brunswick, and we were going to have to pay for that. It's not fair to our district, and they need to change the regulations. 1 year we were going to have a virtual charter school. The state sent us a letter, said for us to set aside $15 million out of our budget. Again, fortunately, we had the support of the teachers, the community, even the charter school in Teaneck supported us in saying this is a ridiculous demand being put on us, and they decided to deny it. The whole charter regulations need to be revamped. They've morphed from what they were originally set up to do as incubators of innovation, and they were supposed to be those innovations were supposed to be brought back to the public schools. We're talking about a completely different animal now. And again, districts like Teaneck really feel the financial pressure of these additional charter schools. A charter school is established in Inglewood. If they can't get the enrollment that they need, they can draw from Teaneck, Hackensack, Paramus. It's not fair. So that's pretty much what I was sort of, and I'm sorry if you feel that, we're treating you like a stepchild, but that's not the case. We're just dealing with the financial realities of keeping a healthy, solid district going forward.
Yeah, I just want to add something to that. What Clara's talking about, she's talking about the policy and the funding formula. In spite of all of that, Barbara Pinsack, myself, Javon Rice, with Billy Bowie, who was the former principal or the director of the Teaneck Community Charter School, along with some representatives, went down and visited Christopher Surf about some of the issue with the funding situation. And Billy expressed his concern that, you're making us adversarial. And actually, Surf was very clear about this. He says, yes, you're supposed to be better. And so Billy says, well, how am I supposed to do that, and with the 90% of the funding that I get and the challenges that he had. And so, you had both charter school representation and your traditional public schools sort of talking to the Commissioner of Education, who's saying, yes, I want you to kind of compete. But it's a fake sort of thing, because they don't have enough money to do, because they have to raise a lot of money, and they're taking significant amounts of money from us, which also sort of hamstrings us as well. And so this model, and I think Clara said it quite eloquently, it has morphed into something else, because I think it was Albert Shanker, who was the head of the AFT or the UFT, who actually it was his brainchild, and he wanted this thing to happen. But then it mutated, and then private companies got a hold of it and said, "I can get me some money. This is a way for me to take public funds and have them become private funds." And so this is a whole different sort of thing that's happening out there, and that's really unfortunate. But I happen to run a program with Barbara Pinsack every Saturday where we get kids from charter schools, public schools, in Teaneck, outside of Teaneck, from New York, from all over. So we're very ecumenical about that sort of thing. So not only am I preaching this, but I walk this walk in terms of the education. It is unfortunate that the politics and I guess the political wrangling that goes along and around education and the amount of money has really made it very difficult for people to do the work that they're here, like you're here to do, working with the kids and working with our young people on the front line. And boards have to sort of struggle between all those sorts of things, and how do you make it all real? So I've said this before. I want children to be educated any way that their parents feel that it needs to be done. Any other? Okay, after this comment, we're going to have to go into executive session.
Thank you. As has been discussed.
Thank you all for coming. And I just want, did you have a question, young man? I'm sorry, Howard. You had came up earlier. The young man, yeah. Did you have a question that you want to ask? No, I was just walking. Oh, you were just hanging? No, you came up earlier and did. What was that? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Have a good night. Good work, Mom.
Just a statement, very concise. Because of the way the state has set up charter school programs, what it virtually does is make us fiscally financial adversaries, and that's unfortunate. We're very lucky in Teaneck that we have an altruistic school that does a good job as a charter school. I speak at times with, and I have spoken in the past with charter school trustees as well as parents who I see in my store. And but you have to understand that there are some charter schools that aren't altruistic. They are profit-making. And their bottom line may not be what we desire as a bottom line for our situation.
We're going to have to go into executive session, but I have to make a comment. That made my night. That young man, unbelievable. And this is why we do this thing. This is exactly this reason. Unfortunately, we have to get on to some more onerous work here. And so I hereby be it resolved by the Teaneck Board of Education that it does hereby determine that it's necessary to meet in executive session on Wednesday, March 11, 2015, to discuss matters of personnel involving specific individuals, negotiations, anticipated litigation, and or alleged incidents of harassment, intimidation, and bullying, otherwise known as a HIB. These matters will be made public when the need for confidentiality no longer exists. The time that the board anticipates to be in executive session is 10 minutes. So if you're not here, thank you so much for coming out. We really appreciate it, and have a fabulous spring weekend. All right.
So moved.
All in favor? Hey, I gotta go myself. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 5. You gotta go? No, go ahead. You sure? Okay, look, we've done this without a break, so let's be crisp. Are we back on the air? Hello, folks. Can I have a motion to reopen the regular public meeting?
Move to close the executive session and reopen the public meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Can I get a motion to accept the report?
I move to accept the superintendent's HIB report.
I second that.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes. Any reports? No, you were great. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, hit her.
All right.
You're right next one.
All right. I'll make it quick. This past Saturday, I traveled down to Mercerville, New Jersey for the Legislative Committee meeting of the New Jersey School Boards Association. And what we discussed was the budget proposal of Governor Christie. As we all know, it's essentially flat. And, a couple of things have come back. His $2 million for opportunity scholarships, which are vouchers. That's back. Also, it was a sad.
Are we making you nervous?
No.
Okay, the pressure?
No. It was just, it was a very, I want to say sad, or not sad, but, somber occasion. Sad too. And we also went over obviously one of the large things that are affecting the budget or the finance discussions has to do with the public employee benefit reform. And there are all kinds of proposals, and as I said, it was a very somber discussion. There are a number of bills that have passed the Assembly that address certain parts of park, prohibiting standardized assessments in kindergarten through 2nd grade, and we're not sure where, how they are going to move forward with the Senate, but there are a number of active bills, and I will give you the details of that at another time. They also discussed the Senate committee approved the superintendent salary cap repeal, and we don't know where that'll go and whether or not Christie would sign it anyhow. So everybody is there are a lot of financial constraints with this new budget. There's no new funding, and one of the points that they were making is that depending on how the pension or the pension benefits have to be paid, it could impact us at the end of this year or next year. And that we could see a reduction in school aid. Thank you. And that's it.
I'll be concise. This is regarding Bryant School, and I wanted to mention and share with you, I think I've shared this with Barbara already, that in the middle of last month, Martin Luther King Day was celebrated with 2 presentations, one for each of the several grades, and I have to tell you, there were about 200 parents there in a morning session for each of those sessions, not for everything, each of those sessions. I mentioned to Alan Green, who's the vocal music teacher, the fact that it looked like there was a divide in the gymnasium. On the one side, you had enthusiastic enthusiasm and talented students, and on the other side of that divide, you had parental pride and appreciation. It was just a wonderful, wonderful experience. Also, there was a PTO meeting on the 24th regarding park. And again, at Lowell School, good amount of parents came. There were about, I'd say about 30 parents. And the presentation by Ray Cruz was terrific. The parents weren't angry. They weren't upset. They were concerned. And their concerns, I think, were met with good information. And the only criticism they made was a valid one. They would love to have had a meeting like that on a more timely basis rather than just before the park exam, which is a reasonable statement. But again, it's so nice to see the parental involvement. That's it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, to that? Oh, yeah, I would like to respond as to why that meeting was late. That meeting was late because we were getting, and still are getting, information from the state changing things or adding information about park. So I think that just in the plethora of information all along the way and the changes that were made. But I think that the school also would like to have an earlier meeting, and I think they all will next year. A lot of them had later meetings.
I'll be crisp also. Artie and I have gone back and forth a little bit. He wanted more detailed information about the after-school programs in the district. I made some phone calls and dug up some information and did a whole spreadsheet with what I could find. And I think the next step is to try to get a closer alliance between the district office and specifically the WPAs. Obviously, the SACRAP programs are through community ed, which reports into Barbara anyway. And so one idea I had, and I'm offering to sort of work on this and put it together with the district office, is some sort of an appreciation event. It does not have to be anything on the scale of the major appreciation event we already did for the parent boards of the WPAs, just to acknowledge that they've been keeping these programs going for our kids, and as an initial way to sort of get that contact going. So if it's the board's will, I'm happy to work on that.
Anybody want to speak to that? Is it the board's will to do something like that? Okay, all in favor, just raise your hand so we are clear. Okay, you got the green light. Now, I just want to speak to that particular issue. I didn't forget you, David, is that I think Sarah's done a great job, and Clara are sort of working and getting all this sort of information together. And she pointed out to me that they might be a little sensitive about the fact that we're asking, these sorts of questions. But I feel it's paramount that we get a handle on these particular groups. And I think at this point that it might be a good idea to have the district sort of weigh in on this sort of thing so that we can end up with a structure where we can get a regular annual report from each of these groups that as a board we know what's going on with them, we have some relationship with it. If they have respective boards, have they cross their T's, dot their I's, so if something goes awry, we're not blindsided by that sort of thing. So I think having a little appreciation gathering for them is a good way to kind of break bread and let them know we're not hating you and we're not trying to stop you from what you're doing. What we're really offering you is stability and a protection of the legal folks that we have for the board, and to make sure that we're not in harm's way, and that as a board we know what's really going on, and that it, like even the structure of these things is not by word of mouth, because one thing she pointed out to me, which I didn't really realize, was that some of the people are actually volunteers. I thought that the people were paid, but there's no really way to know that. You just kind of sign up, you do the services, and if you have kids that participate in this thing. And so I think it's important that we're aware of all of these different entities as we're sort of tightening up the ship. Okay, David?
Policy Committee met earlier this evening. We discussed basically three things, all of which are related to money. Activity participation fee program, which we've waived for multiple years in a row. We wanted to get some of the language cleaned up, and there was a suggestion by Artie that we start this at a nominal fee, somewhere in the $25 range, so that we get the administration of this down before we raise it to the kinds of fees that other districts get from this particular kind of program. But at this point, I think, every dollar counts. Second of all, solicitations by vendors. We've traditionally not allowed any kind of solicitation by vendors, but again, we ask that we sort of clean up the language and the policy, and with the idea that at least for certain types of vendors, with the consent of, with the recommendation of the administration and the consent of the board, that we at least consider using our properties and fields and so forth for raising money for advertising, through advertising. And then the third was a set of regulations on the use of school facilities, which we put in several years ago, and just the main thing there was that we need to increase our fees, which are still considerably lower than anything in the surrounding area. So
I just want to add something to that. That with the rate, we thought that we should actually start out by actually putting how this rate will sort of scale up. So you do like, I think it was 25, and what was the other number? 40, 35, 40 over, say, a 3 or 4, 5 year period, so that people can kind of see it coming. So if that pleases the board. Yes, Howard?
Yeah, I had thought that we specifically had said back when that we were going to do it in that way, that methodology, that we'd started along that line of raising fees.
What we're doing now, so, or at least what we hope to do. I mean, if it's the
Hold
pleasure of
true.
the board. Yeah. Okay. No, you had your chance. No.
Okay. Last evening, I had an opportunity to go to Hudson County and participate in a school board meeting where the speaker was the Speaker of the Assembly, Mr. Prieto. And he addressed a number of issues, but he also he was focused on the governor's plan again to reform public employee benefits. And I mentioned it just a little earlier, but I can't emphasize it enough about how big a deal this is. Because what the port proposes to do is to shift the cost of education, retiree health, and retirement costs from the state to the local school district. And then what they're also saying is that these costs would be offset by substantially reducing the cost of the public employee health care. And it's supposed to be cost neutral. Now, that's where the whole,
You're counting.
Yes, that's where the whole discussion was,
That he gave of about $9 billion in
Yes.
exchange for
Yes.
$250 million?
Yes. And so, I mean, this is going to have a lot of, there's going to be a lot of discussion, but understand that this is out there. And it's, it's basically, that's what his address was. His budget address was about the pension. And it's a problem that has to be addressed. But I'm just, I just wanted to share with you that, this is what's
It's going to
out
get
there.
worse, basically.
Yes. Yes.
More happy news.
I think it's a wonderful note.
I would just like to say that I am the proud parent of a Girl Scout Gold Award winner. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, Taylor got official notification last night.
Congratulations. So that's a good note to end on.
One more thing.
Oh, no. Is that good news?
It's good news.
Oh, great news.
Good news is that I just wanted to share some information from the St. Louis American newspaper. We mentioned this in our workshop meeting, but just wanted to again give a shout out publicly to Mr. Lincoln Dogood, Dr. Lincoln Dogood, who was born as slavery was ending, and he became the first black person to earn advanced degrees from Cornell University and spent half a century in a college classroom and teaching chemistry, but he really was a scientist at heart. So this was our dear David Dogood's father, and he passed away at the age of 97, and he was celebrated in this Black History section of the newspaper from St. Louis. So we wanted to make sure that we gave David a shout out, that we have our own Black History celebration right here. And just in case you didn't have this copy, Arnie is making sure that you have another copy of it.
Okay, well, you have it twice now.
Good.
Because actually, I found the website. I downloaded the article, actually, to make sure. So I figure you might like the pictures. Yeah. So that was a great note, actually. And, you know, I had to tell, when someone gave me that article, and, you know, David's like, my father passed away. I'm going like, and I'm reading all this stuff, and I'm going, oh, my goodness. Had to do it, man. Had to do it. But anyway, any other items? So do your thing, Dr. D.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
See you at the next show.